Attention, please. Good morning, everyone in the session. I convey the apology from the chairperson. He just called me to say that he's running late. He asked that we start around 10:05, but he's on his way up. Thank you so much.
then go tlile bo Mambala. Ke a bona hona le-
Ola ke wa legal services, we invited them. Ola wa just saying so ne.
Okay.
Ona le JQs, ba national treasury elelwang.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members. Let me, before opening this meeting, humbly apologize for being a few minutes late. We've culturally started meetings all on time. So today is just, when it rains in Cape Town, people think that they are getting wet. So in my drive here this morning, I found myself stuck in some quite complicated traffic. I couldn't navigate my way through. So in the absence of blue lights in the car, I had to use the ones on my phone. But they got me here nonetheless. Good morning. And I see Honorable Molefe is here. Honorable Molefe le guy. How are on? Ke leboga ke le bona. Le bose ka jeko. Le tlile ka pa Mantaga. Ka Mantaga. But it's good. It's you know the appropriations committee is here. We're meeting on a Monday. We also go to Limpopo for public hearings. There's a lot that's going on here. But honorable members, let me then begin the meeting. We have a short but long agenda with a lot of discussion, a lot of work that needs to be done. Honorable members, today gives us an opportunity to really set the process going forward in terms of the meetings. So what I'm going to do is, that is the nature of the agenda that is before us. We have 2 reports to consider, and naturally the items follow on from each other with a motion of desirability to adopt the first report, and then we move on to the public sector and related payments bill, which will then be the first report we will consider. I'm hoping we'll get through that so that we can then begin to prepare it as it will be debated tomorrow in the National Assembly. And then we finish with a motion of desirability for the Division of Revenue bill, and then we will then consider the 2025 Division of Revenue bill. That is in essence the agenda for today. We have set today aside precisely to deal with these 2 reports without any other disruptions, whether it's a sitting or any other thing. I'm committed to making sure we get through it in full detail so that we can allow members to make inputs, and we can ensure that as a report and as a committee, we've satisfied ourselves with the inputs that go in there. With that being the agenda, may I ask if there's a member who would like to move for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Bateman will move. Is there a member who would like to second that? Honorable Lekhanyane is here. Just in terms of opening this morning, let me note a number of the apologies for today. The apologies that are before us are Honorable Kwankwa, who is on study leave, Honorable Douglas, who I'm going to, Honorable Molefe, I'm going to safely presume you will then be co-opted in the place of Honorable Douglas. Is that correct? So let me deal with that matter last. We have apologies from Honorable Kamede, and then we've got an apology from Noliolo Makazi, who is on leave, and Mr. Majosi, who is our media person, has sent an apology today. Those then being the apologies, and noting the apology of Honorable Douglas, are there any other additional apologies from any other member? Honorable Kalega Mazibuko.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Sikede will be arriving late. He couldn't get the flight from Kimberley yesterday, but he's landing at 9:30. Yeah.
No, that is well noted in that. Honorable members, given my earlier notice, is to say that naturally, Honorable Molefe, as a co-opted member of the committee, Honorable Molefe, is that so? Let me allow the MK party to speak on this matter.
It is indeed so, Chair.
Honorable Molefe, welcome. That being dealt with means that Honorable Molefe has got full voting rights in the committee today as a co-opted member in place of Honorable Douglas. I think it's important to establish that upfront so that members know the process going forward. With the apologies and the welcome of new members, Honorable Molefe, I want to say to you up front, when you get nominated to play for the national team, the protocol is different from all the other committees you have been to. This is the Premier League, so welcome, perhaps. But thank you, Honorable Molefe. I look forward to our engagement today. With that in mind, Honorable Mashile, may I ask you to read into the record the motion of desirability as it speaks to the pension and related matters bill.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone on the platform. Motion of desirability, public sector pension and related payments bill. That in the opinion of the committee, the legislation is desirable to provide that certain public sector pension, post-retirement medical and other pension-related benefits under legislation and collective agreements are direct charges against the National Revenue Fund and to provide for matters incidental thereto. Thank you, Chairperson.
In principle, the question on the table is whether do we desire to have the respective bill that has been put before us. Is there a member who would like to support and second the motion being put before us? Firstly, if we can adopt the motion of desirability. Honorable Kalega Mazibugo, is there a member who will second the adoption of the motion of desirability as it speaks to the related matters bill? Honorable Lekhanyan. With that, it is then the motion of desirability being adopted. The committee then can proceed to considering the draft report on the respective bill that is before us. We shall then proceed. Thank you very much, honorable members. Typically, I want to make the nature of the process as we go through this is, at first, members would have been given the opportunity to consider the report over the last number of days. Let me make a few remarks that even for me, I had to bring due consideration. The first is that we're dealing with budget version 3. Which has in essence meant that even though you can adjust many items along the go, you can't adjust the time. Because if you have Comrades Marathon to run, it has to finish at a particular time. Whether you start later or earlier, the close time remains the same. I say that to mean that the budget naturally has to be adopted by the 30th of July this year, which in essence means that whether we're dealing with version 1, version 2, or version 3 of the matter, the timeline still remains likewise. And so that's the first issue. So the work that we've got to do here today has an urgency about it because it confronts a particular finishing line as it speaks to when a budget has to be adopted. The second item that I want to raise is the fact that typically our committee goes through this report and will work through this one. We work through it page by page and allow members to make inputs into the respective page that we are in, so as to not have a discussion that is one starts at the end of the report and then we must have a discussion about the first page of the report. So we do that so that members have also got the opportunity to make inputs, make submissions as they go. Members equally so would have been sent, as I said, the reports timeously in terms of how we process the issue. So I'd like to appreciate that members can make inputs into the text that is before us as we work through. And then lastly, that it is our intended objective to finish this first report and have it ATC'd so that the debate tomorrow can proceed, notwithstanding the 3-day rule, to which we will then speak to the Chief Whip, have engaged with the Chief Whip to request of the National Assembly to waive the 3-day rule. So procedurally, that is how I'd like to proceed today, so that the discussions are guided in that manner. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, just a small correction. This is not a continuation of any process. You will remember that the court set aside the previous budget's attempts by the National Treasury to pass the budget through. So by setting aside, it means that we have to start the process de novo. And the minister even used those words, that the process has to start de novo. So let's not put ourselves under pressure. We have to do things properly and not be burdened by the fact that there were previous failed attempts. This process must get the attention that it deserves without being burdened by the fact that there were failed attempts in the past. And so I just wanted to correct that, Chair, and say that we're not working towards any deadline. What we are doing here is we are going through the report thoroughly and giving it the necessary attention and diligence that it requires, without saying this is 3.0, 2.0. There is no 3.0, it's actually 1, because the process had to start de novo, which means right from the beginning. Thank you.
Honorable Molefe, I don't want you to misinterpret what I'm saying. All I merely alluded to, and I take your input quite correctly, this is an independent process in and of itself. All I'm merely alluding to is that as we deal just with this process alone, what has not changed is the deadline that speaks to when the budget must be passed, which is the 30th of July, is the point I'm merely alluding to. That date is inadjustable, in the sense that if we go into the 1st of August without a budget that is passed, all that will eventually happen is that the legislative process of then insisting that the budget must go into 40%, the spending priorities go adjusted to 40%, then 10%. That is all I'm alluding to. I'm not saying that we mustn't give this particular day and its process its due course. It must be done. That's why we've set as a committee aside the whole day without any other interruptions. That is the point I'm trying to allude to. Thank you, Honourable Member. Let us then move to the first report that is before us. This indeed is the draft report. We don't have to reread. Wait. Sorry, I need to open the correct one. I had the next one in front of me here. So let's start with the first one. Waitsi matlhwaka an tshokodisa re le kganyane yaanong ga ke shebile mo screening sele ke ya bona gore ke lebile kgakala
Oh, I really can't now get a coffee. At least you.
Oh, get the sion. Ke a bona. Ke tshwantse ke itle yalo. Hey, ke tla itshepisa yalo ke tla tshwanda ke itle. Right, honorable members, the report is in front of you and certainly in front of me now. We can begin. Let's have a look at page 1 of the report. Is there any member who would like to make adjustments, input into page 1 of the report? Honorable Molefe?
This is the appropriations.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is the pension and related payments bill. Honorable Molefe?
Chair, it's actually It's a general comment. What I found strange was that we are trying to pay these pensions from the National Revenue Fund. And these payments relate to the government employees pension fund and arise out of the activities of the government employees pension fund. Now, the National Revenue Fund is under stress, as we saw, because the minister gave us an austerity budget. Why do we take this money from the National Revenue Fund and not from the surplus that is sitting at the government employees pension fund? Because the government employees pension fund is 110% funded at the moment in terms of its liabilities. And it has excess funds running into close to 300 billion rand. So why are we not utilizing that surplus to fund these incidental things and putting a strain on a budget that is already a shoestring budget as it is?
I hear that point, Honorable Molefe, and I think perhaps maybe I'm going to take it and put it as part of the debate that we can have later in the recommendation, because the intent of the bill is slightly different in this regard. So perhaps maybe if I can ask that particular point, because at this point in time we're just dealing with a background to the issue, and then we'll get to the end in that sense. Is that
As it pleases the chair.
Thank you, sir. Can we then, in the light of that, proceed then to page 2 with members who'd like to make inputs in this regard? We then will proceed, Mashile, to page 3. And then we proceed to page 4. Can we then move to page 5? Can we then get to page 6? Can we then move to page 7? Right. I think, Mashile, there's another page after this, page 8. Now let's wait at this point. Honorable Bateman and Honorable Wakelin, and then Honorable Molefe, then let's have that input as we go in that regard. Starting with Honorable Bateman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning to all my honourable colleagues. On 8.4, the concerns raised by the FFC over the rationale behind the provisions. I reviewed again what the FFC said about the bill, and my conclusion was that the FFC actually needs to engage more with National Treasury about it, rather than the committee engaging more, because I think through our engagements we've managed to understand what the rationale is for the bill, and I think from what the FFC wrote, they didn't have the benefit of that engagement, and I think as a result some of their comments were actually slightly misdirected, and that's not to blame them, but I think they were just operating with less information than what we had, or less context, shall we say. So my suggestion would be that we remove the last sentence of 8.4. The committee commits to further engage with the Minister of Finance and National Treasury to clarify the concerns raised by the her mission.
Sfiso, and I hear the point that Honourable Bateman is making, because having engaged the chair of the FFC, there's a continual dialogue that they are seeking as far as the IGR framework in terms of their engagement with National Treasury. Can you respond to that particular point so that we can make the appropriate edit as we go? Textually.
It's fine, Chairperson. We can remove that sentence.
We
but-
don't have to. Yeah, I think we can clarify it to strengthen the need for the FFC to engage in that regard. I think that's what Honourable Bateman is requesting.
Yeah, sorry. In view of the comments, I think I underlined what Honourable Bateman said, to say that instead of just doing away with the whole idea, we should rather direct it to say that the FFC is the one that has to engage with the minister, not necessarily the committee, based on the motivation that you say. So we retain the sentence, but we change the meaning, if that is acceptable. Okay.
Honourable
we
Bateman.
can,
Yeah?
Chairperson, we can. I'm agreeing that let's delete the last sentence, but we can't put it in our report that the FFC must engage with them. Is that they've got their own processes, so we can delete that sentence. I'm fine with it.
Okay. Honourable Molefe, just on this point,
Yeah.
that Honourable Bateman raised.
Chair, we don't have a problem with the committee helping to facilitate the discussions between the Treasury and the FFC. Although there is a legislative obligation to consult the FFC on the budget, the FFC always complains that the necessary consultations do not happen, they do not happen in time. It looks like there is something wrong between the FFC and the Treasury. So I don't see a problem with us or this committee playing a role in facilitating that. You see, when people don't talk, you see what happens in Iran. It's because people don't talk. So let's encourage more and more debate and consultation so that for the sake of peace, Chair.
I think part of the dilemma is there is an IGR process, and that's the point that I'm just trying to find the right language, because the FFC's biggest burden is that the IGR process isn't always followed in as far as engaging them on matters. That's the fundamental, broader principle. How you phrase that then becomes a function of a recommendation that perhaps could, to underscore the point that Honourable Bateman is making, is to uphold the engagement as it speaks to the issue of the intergovernmental framework, that there must be thorough engagement between that and the FFC and National Treasury. It's nothing. I think we can uphold that principle and state it as that. I'll come back to you, Musa. Or let me take your point, Musa.
Yes, Chair, I think, yeah, we agree. I think to that end, then we can then put that point under recommendations.
Just phrase the point so that you understand as is or rephrased. Sorry, Chair.
I will engage you. I'm just at this point in time looking at the exact text so that we can make input on the basis of a text, so that it doesn't. Honourable Bateman, have you got a proposed text that you'd like to put on the table?
Honourable Chair, I didn't have something worded, but I think just to try and suggest something, I think we're saying that the committee recommends that the Minister and National Treasury engage with the FFC and vice versa, so that there can be mutual understanding of the intent and implications of the bill. How's that?
Okay. Let me get something there. Honourable Kalagamazibu,
Well,
can you put the microphone on, because
sorry, Chair. Chair, I'm debating with myself here to say it is also the responsibility of this committee on behalf of Parliament to hold the executive to account. For me, when I read this, I didn't see any issue if the committee commits to further engage the Minister and National Treasury, because they have to report to the committee anyway. So, yeah, I maybe unless I misunderstand the issue. Thank you.
So in part, and perhaps maybe this may be a point of clarification, we have in the past, through the Budget Council, of which I serve on behalf of the committee, sought to find the best ways for the FFC and National Treasury to be able to engage Honorable Bateman. So what I would rather say is that rather than trying to conflate too many issues, that ultimately that the intergovernmental framework, as it speaks to the ministry's engagement with the FFC, be upheld. And as a committee, we want to ensure that that process, because it's our laws, Parliament has a duty to make sure its laws are upheld. So however way you phrase that, I think what does that sentence say? This is that the Minister of Finance and National Treasury engage with the FFC. Leave it over the concerns raised as stipulated with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework. That is it. I would leave it at that.
The Chair, what should I do? Should I delete the consensus raised, or should I leave it as it is?
No, you get comma as stipulated
Okay.
in the Intergovernmental Framework. That's all. Honorable member, yeah.
Chairperson, as a suggestion is that we leave it at 8.4 as it is, and then also highlight the part in question, which is the committee commits to further engage with the minister as a recommendation. But we leave that sentence there as a finding and as a finding at 8.4 as a finding and as an observation of the committee. We leave it like that, but also highlight on our recommendations now that the committee commits to further engage, or as a suggestion from Honorable Bateman as a recommendation. But we leave that paragraph as it is.
Honorable Bateman, in my reading of this situation, I genuinely do not see it as a hill to die on, as it were. So, given what Honorable Member is saying, and hearing what Honorable Kalega Mazibuko is saying, may I, as it stands now, and where it goes on into the recommendation, can we be happy to leave it in that way? It's two separate inputs, and it grows further in the recommendations, making a suggestion about the intergovernmental framework. Does that satisfy the question you are raising?
Chair, I would just perhaps suggest that we also ask the FFC to submit a written update to us on their view of the bill in the light of the engagement with the National Treasury, just to close the loop on
Sure.
what we're saying.
And they would have to, in any case, given the fact that the FFC comes to brief this committee. All right, so we can leave that at that. Honorable Wakelin, you were next on the point.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, well,
Do you
Honorable.
mind if I just continue? I had one other,
Oh, there's more.
just one other.
Yeah, sure, have a go.
So just with regard to that recommendation that's up there, just to finish that up, we're just saying that we would add that the FFC would report back to the committee in this regard. So I don't know, just for the sake of the version that we're looking at on the screen there, if we could add that. And then I think just one other recommendation is practically what we're saying, that now that these become direct charges, if there's an unexpected increase in the level of the expense in a year, it will be charged automatically. It won't have to go through a special appropriation if it's not able to be accommodated within the environments and adjustments within Vote 8 of National Treasury's budget vote. So we do need to be aware of that, I think. And I think the recommendation should be that National Treasury and this committee should be vigilant about the level of charges to the National Revenue Fund in terms of this bill from year to year to ensure that they remain affordable to the fiscus and are not being abused. So that would be a further recommendation that I would like to.
I think there's a point about the engagement between Parliament and it giving, and I think by Parliament it extends to this committee, in dealing with that particular point in the report itself. But it can highlight the fact that to monitor the fiscal prudence of the issue. But it certainly does ask Parliament. Certainly my input into the bill was Parliament's ability to give oversight to this process is absolutely paramount, and of which part of the oversight speaks to the fiscal prudence of the issue, as it says there. Okay, Honourable Bateman, let me try and avoid a dialogue, but you finish your input so that we can finish the point.
Thank you, Chair.
Mashile, can I ask that the guys just hold on for 1 second?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I think there's two issues there, Chair. I hear you on the amendments by the Minister and making sure that Parliament is aware of the amendments. But even in terms of the existing legislation which is listed on the schedule, those charges are going to start coming through directly now to the National Revenue Fund, whereas in the past they've gone under Treasury's budget vote, which means that the process is now changing. So if there are excessive charges that start coming through, they're just going to come through automatically. They're not going to have to go through a budgetary process to have extra budget released through a special appropriation.
Okay.
They're not going to come up when the Finance Committee is reviewing Vote 8 and debating Vote 8. They're all going to be direct charges now. So that puts an added level of responsibility on the Treasury and also on us as a committee to monitor what those direct charges are and to make sure that they don't get out of hand. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to
Fair
make.
point.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. Ngiyakubingelela, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. Chair, my report is on the cell phone and I can't follow the pages. But the last paragraph of the introduction is talking, the whole paragraph is talking about the processes that the bill was subjected to. And then there is the invitation for public comments from the 5th to the 11th of June. And ultimately, we got one stakeholder that participated, Chair. Was that time enough? I'm looking at, I was first amused by the fact that only one stakeholder responded. And then when I went to the processes of the bill, then I saw that it was given only 5 days for public comments.
I think, whilst I take the point that you are making, we often make open submissions to different people, and we had public hearings as for the, that's why in the report, I think it's a PBO, it's a FFC, it's COSATU, it's all of that, and people choose who can respond to that. I don't think, I agree with you, more can be done. So I don't disagree on that point, but I do think on the Division of Revenue Bill, there is a recommendation that speaks to how we can strengthen and enhance public participation in the lawmaking process anyways. And I worry that uniquely in this bill, you are going to have limited submissions because there are limited interest groups that speak to this particular matter. So Honourable Mkhonto, I think in this regard, all the committee can bolster the point by saying naturally there should be more public consultation, but on this particular one, I think that is the process that unfolded. So we can't change the process. You can't say something happened in a way it didn't happen. You know, mhlambe asizwani kahle.
I get you, Chair. I'm thinking about the future.
Yeah.
That maybe in the future we can improve.
Sure.
I mean, 5 days and only one stakeholder responded, and then I was like, maybe by the time people saw all these advertisements, the due date had already gone.
No, nguzwa kahle ke. I think Sfiso, I don't necessarily. Perhaps maybe the point to make would be just to simply a recommendation that sits similar to the Division of Revenue Bill, that enough time for public consultation be made available. Would that be a fair point? I don't know if you want to respond to that, Sfiso. As the author.
Not really, Chairperson, but I think I get the point. But the reason why we've got the those number of days is because, as you are aware, the bill was tabled. The advertisement, once the budget is tabled, and then there are processes that must take place internally to do the advertisement. So we were limited with that time. But I would rather not say let's make a recommendation, but as a committee we can agree that probably when we must try by all means to start the process of the advertisement early. It can be just our internal arrangement, not necessarily putting something on there.
And I do think, Uguti, we belabor this particular point. And I know these are two separate bills, so I'm not disputing the point you are making, but we do belabor this point as far as the Money Bills and Related Matters Act in the processing of a bill in that regard. So, Honorable Mkonto, if I can, may I suggest that we take that point and then bolster it there, because it's covered in full depth there, whilst these are two separate bills. I hear the point. Let's move. I see Honorable Molefe. I'm going to come to you at the end. Can I go to Honorable Waitlin? You had your hand up, because now we're going into other issues.
Good morning, Chair. Thanks. You make the point in the document that relates to the 3-month threshold. I was actually, in fact, covered by my colleague on the matter of the risks associated with the bill, and he's put it through very properly, so I'm happy with that. But the second part to that talks to the risk associated with the 3-month rule, and I see that you've eloquently picked it up. My question is, what will the recommendation be? Are we saying that we are supporting the bill because we realize the pressures, but that the Minister would come back with an amendment eventually disregarding that 3-month rule?
We make the point that obviously Parliament is supreme, and therefore the consensus must be found. The Minister can't just say, well, after 3 months I assume the thing is agreed to. That's the point we're trying to make there. If we can strengthen it, then it's Parliament. The fight, even in my inputs tomorrow in tabling the bill, I want to reassert the supremacy of Parliament as it speaks to this issue. So that is the thing. But let me recognize you, Honorable Waitley.
That's exactly the point. So are we saying, eventually down the road, somewhere along the line, the Minister has to come back with an amendment bill? But I don't read that to be that clear. Unless you say to me, no, that's the intention, then I'm happy with that.
No, the intention is to say consensus. It must come through. You can't. We disagree just with the idea that silence means consent. Principally, Honourable Bateman, on this point.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair.
Yeah, Bo.
Then shall we add that recommendation then that the committee recommends that an amendment to the bill should be processed by National Treasury to remove the 3-month deeming provision. In other words, what I'm saying, Chair, is I think we're all agreed that this is a concern, that it just automatically becomes law after 3 months even if Parliament doesn't officially agree to it. And so we're recommending that the bill should be changed. The problem is, because of the time frames we're working under, we can't change the bill now. We're actually then going to have to put it as a recommendation to say, please, can an amendment be processed later in the year to remove this provision. That's effectively what I'm hearing. Because it's no good no good saying we don't like it, we don't like it, we don't like it, but then we sign it into law, you know. Because at the end of the day, after our objections have been forgotten about, the law will still be there.
I read it to mean that if after 3 months, of course within 3 months, Parliament can also reject. In which instance, once you reject the bill in 3 months, an amendment has to be brought, or you have to find another mechanism. So are we debating the timeline? Because if for example, let me use a different process. This is my interpretation. I don't want to get this wrong. If, for example, we woke up today and said, no, we actually reject the Division of Revenue Bill. We reject the entire, or we reject the Appropriations Bill. And Parliament votes to say it rejects the Appropriations Bill. What follows on from that is that clearly an amendment must be brought forward, right? So that is consistent across any other lawmaking aspect. Us saying it here doesn't just apply here. So what I'm saying is that it is common cause. The point to make is that Parliament must reach a decision one way or another, which means if it endorses, then the process carries on. But if it rejects, an amendment must be brought. So the point is taken. At least that's my reading of the issue. Yeah.
What we're doing with this bill is if we agree to it, then what Parliament is saying is that if in the future we as Parliament do not respond within 3 months, either to approve, edit, amend, reject, we just do nothing, then the changes that the Minister makes to the schedule will become law. So we're agreeing now, effectively we're agreeing now that will always be the case with regard to changes to this schedule on this bill. And I think that's where we're actually giving away the legislative authority. And I think that's where the report is picking up some concerns, and we're asking how to handle that. And I think what we're saying is we should be actually asking for an amendment to remove that, or that's the point of discussion. Yeah.
Let me recognize Honorable Molefe.
Chair, I want to agree, because if we make it automatic that after 3 months, then it goes through. The delay or the 3 months period may pass not because of Parliament's error, but because of other things, including unforeseeable circumstances, including maybe even the Treasury itself dragging its feet, postponing meetings, and so on and so forth. So if we make it automatic, I think it is very dangerous, because then what will happen is that, for example, like this budget, if we had said that if Parliament does not pass it by the 30th of July, then automatically we have a budget. It can't be like that, Chair. We have to sit and consider it. If Treasury would be dragging its feet now if they knew that by the 30th we will have a budget, number one. Number two, the FFC actually points out in 8.4 that it is concerned about transparency. Now, transparency is a cornerstone of our Constitution. The supreme law of the land is the Constitution, and the spirit of the Constitution, which requires transparency and deliberate action, not automatic administrative actions. And so on the basis of that, it's actually not even Parliament, as you said. The supremacy in South Africa is of the Constitution, not even of Parliament, of the Constitution. So the Constitution requires transparency. The Constitution requires that things must be done properly and deliberately. So I would argue that, in fact, if we make it automatic after 3 months on a matter as grave as this, it may be open to a constitutional challenge that that so this thing will come into place even when it has not been approved by Parliament or has not been thoroughly debated and considered. It will just be approved because the time has lapsed, and that is dangerous, Chair.
Honorable Skete.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, my question was just, is it not a legislature issue that Parliament can change it, not the minister? But because if we going to put 3 months and say the minister, and then it can be a challenge forward. I think it's a legislative issue that Parliament can amend. It's just.
I mean, I think there's a broad principles about what regulations ministers can table. That's part of the dilemma in the lawmaking issue. But I think the point we're arguing, we all agree that a regulation cannot be assumed in place in the absence of Parliament. That point we all agree on. The point that perhaps maybe I sit on is the point that says within the 3 months, Parliament must reach a decision, one way or another. The point that Honorable Bateman and Honorable Molefe are putting forward is to say, you are putting yourself in a situation where Parliament is the last in the leg, therefore it can be manipulated so that you play to the clock, and then when Parliament can't make a decision, that decision is automated. If I put the two positions on the table. The way to synchronize that, I suppose, is then to say a revised provision must be made that a minister cannot just simply table it and it be to be automatic law. Is that the revised position? Because then if I hear what Honorable Bateman is, when I hear what Honorable Molefe is saying, and all of us are saying, fine, 3 months can be a debate neither here nor there, but the point is, let us find a place where ultimately a law can reach the consensus of Parliament regardless, if I could put it like that, because Parliament must ultimately make a decision, so that you can't just say, we've given you 3 months, you did nothing, the law proceeds. Am I getting the sentiment of the committee correct? Makakula, and then I see Honorable Wakelin, and then I think Honorable Mkonto, was your hand up, or did I get it wrong? Let me take on Makakula, and then I'll come back. Sfiso? Your hand was up. Oh, it was not up. I think the expression we are trying to make, whether it's a recommendation, I mean, the recommendation is there. I think the only point is that actually, I can't read what it says there. I haven't been to Sion yet, but it says the point is that Parliament has the ultimate authority in the bill, regardless of, and an amendment must be sought to adjust the timeline as prescribed by National Treasury and must be retabled.
I thought at this time we're still ruminating and discussing thoughts about what to do, but I would want to have an informed position where I can capture this as a recommendation. So I'm not sure if what you are saying...
What I'm saying now
yes.
is the sentiment in this room.
Sure.
The room is saying, the committee is saying, that actually Parliament remains the authority, the ultimate authority in the process, and therefore an amendment must be brought that adjusts the timeline as prescribed in the bill by the minister, so that ultimately Parliament can have the final authority over the bill. That is what the committee is saying. Honorable Wakelin?
Chair, let us just be abundantly clear. We don't want this bill to be stopped. We want it to continue. That's why we're trying to find a compromise. And already you are creating a constitutional dilemma here by allowing one minister to do that. I don't know how many other bills or acts currently actually allow that. I don't think there is, but I'm very young still here, and I'm sure by my first term I'll know. My further concern is 8.3. Let me read it to you. Committee is satisfied with the consistency of Parliament lawmaking process. Parliament reserves its right to scrutinise the decision of the executive without being pressurised for time.
Just a second. Sorry, I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. Chairperson, I'm not sure if we're done with this because I was still trying to put the...
We're not done yet.
We're not
Let
done
me
yet.
hear just the
Okay, no, that's fine.
While also acknowledging the importance of time-based distribution. The point is, once you've acted on this act and this act is approved, doesn't matter what's in this report, it will not stand in court. That's the concern. You're talking about 7.9 billion rand a year, 2 million people's pension funds. We need it clean. We need it to be simple. That's where we are, Chair.
So give me, what I'm asking is, we are all in agreement about the point you are trying to make. I'm just trying to find the exact wording that communicates the fact that Parliament is the authority and an agreement must be reached by Parliament. That's it. And therefore, the subsequent sentence says that an amendment to this must be brought to deal with this question of 3 months without trying to create further delays on this issue. Honorable Molefe. Mashile, just hold on.
Chair, we can't go to South Africa and say we were not happy with this, but we were under time pressure. Exactly what we're trying to avoid now. We are not under any time pressure. We are not concerned about these concerns that you have of the GNU. We say we must do the right thing. And the right thing is to send this thing back to effect that amendment that reflects exactly what we are saying now. If it is the feeling of the committee that this thing should not be automatic, let the bill say so. And if it means it must go back, even if the heaven falls, it doesn't matter. We have to do the right thing. There's too much at stake, and it is the Constitution that demands that we must do the right thing, the supreme law of the land.
I don't disagree. Honourable members, the recommendation says that after 3 months, Parliament must be sought. A decision then is automated post facto. Our committee is saying, actually, it is that within that 3 months, if you stick to the 3-month provision, Parliament has the supreme authority to amend, reject, as for the Money Bills and Related Matters Act. And all I'm making a recommendation is, I don't agree with the view that says send the bill back. I take the view that says, the recommendation put in here says that Parliament must exercise a decision within that 3 months. And that in subsequent tabling of similar legislation, that adjustment of 3 months must be done. I think that's what I sense the committee saying. No one is saying the bill in its entirety must go back. That's not the impression I'm getting.
No, we are saying so.
You are saying so. Okay. Then I take your point. So, honorable members, may I make a suggestion that in text, or maybe let me get the text proposal that you had made, Honorable Bateman, about what subsequent amendment must come. Yes?
Honourable Chair, yes, I have just emailed the Secretary with recommendation 9.3 and 9.4. So perhaps if you're able to, through you, Chair, to put that up on the screen, we could then have something in front of us to look at.
Mashilo, tlo re bontsha di-email tsa go zotlhe ga ke batle go itse.
There's nothing to hide, Chair.
Oh.
Spoke about transparency. I think you've been...
You are subscribing to the transparency dictum.
This one. Is it this one?
That's the one, yeah? Can you read it, please?
The one in red, eh? Or 9.3? Okay. All right. The committee recommends that the National Treasury and the committee remains vigilant regarding the level of charges to the National Revenue Fund in terms of this bill from year to year to ensure that they remain affordable to the fiscus from year to year and not abused. 9.4, the committee recommends that the minister submits an amendment to the bill which the removal of the 3-month section to subsection 4, which states, proposes that if Parliament does not pass a resolution approving, adopting amendments to, or rejecting the proposed amendments to the schedule within 3 months from the date of its tabling, Parliament is deemed to have approved the proposed amendments to the schedule. Yeah.
Some of us must translate in our heads as he's reading.
Okay.
Our Remulefe. So, not there, not that game. So I love it.
All right.
I didn't hear properly. I just want to understand it thoroughly.
The only thing that I don't get, and you can read again, Mashile, the second part is just when.
Yeah. Okay. I want it. Yeah.
Yes, just read that bit.
Okay. Yeah, I will also try to. Okay. Is that clear now? All right. 9.3. The committee recommends that the National Treasury and the committee remains vigilant regarding the level of charges to the National Revenue Fund in terms of this bill from year to year to ensure that they remain affordable to the fiscus from year to year and are not abused.
That one we agree.
9.4. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance submits an amendment to the bill which the removal of the 3 months section 2 subsection 4 which proposes that if Parliament does not pass a resolution approving, adopting amendments to, or rejecting the proposed amendments to the schedule within 3 months from the date of its tabling, Parliament is deemed to have approved the proposed amendments to the schedule.
That I'm comfortable with. I think that's the sentiment of the committee, and it's correct.
So why can't it be done now?
Hey,
We are suggesting that it be
Yes.
done for the next bill. I hear you, but we are suggesting that particularly for what the only provision we can make is to say at the tabling of the next schedule at the budget in the following financial year. Yeah, correct.
But why not now? Honestly, what stops us from doing it now? Because we agree that that is the right thing to do. So what stops us from doing the right thing?
No, it's not doing the right thing. I think that
No, I think that pushing it through because we feel obligated because of a time pressure is wrong, Chair.
Chair.
I'm conscious of your concern, Honorable Molefe, but I think this matter, the provision we are debating says we are debating this question of 3 months in some ways, and the point to be made is that to me, I think an amendment can be made and a submission can be made in the next budget cycle. I don't foresee it being as constitutional a crisis as you are putting it forward.
yeah.
I don't foresee it in that manner. Honorable Bateman?
Honourable Chair, I would just submit that the word right means different things in different contexts. I would submit that there's right as in the optimal way for the wording, and there's right as in immoral or morally bad, shall we say. And we're not saying that this is morally bad, we're just saying that it's perhaps not the best wording, and we can change it with an amendment. But what would be morally bad is if pensioners didn't get paid in the month of August because we hadn't passed our budget. That would be morally bad. And I think that's really where the weight of this committee, the weight we're feeling as a committee, which is that we need to make sure that we get the legislation passed and through so that we can have a budget approved. And I think the eyes of the country are on us to some extent to make sure that we do that and do it well. So I think that's why this is something I think which can pass for the next cycle, and we can get it done. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, we even have it within our authority to present a bill, an amendment bill ourselves as this committee. So subject to guidance, but I think it lies within our own power to make that amendment within the next cycle if necessary.
We can, and part of the discussions we are going to be having substantively is that there's a lot of things that need to happen in the 2026-2027 budget, 2020, that inner year, outer year conversation. But let me not get ahead of myself, because in part, Honorable Molefe, I'm viewing this process equally so over a 3-year period, but I don't want to get ahead of this issue so that we don't end up saying to ourselves, it's do or die now. Let me take, and I'd like to move from this point because I think it is sufficiently ventilated, and I think the text covers the issue. Honorable Member, Honorable Mkonto.
Your Chair, I'm thinking, Chair, as we are discussing, we are talking about time frames as to in the next budget cycle, that amendment bill must be presented by the minister, but it's not in the recommendation. I don't know, or maybe it's common understanding that in the next budget cycle, when the amendment bill is being submitted, then that clause will be removed.
Or rather to table the bill within the next budget cycle. Can we just put that provision? It's in the second part. It just speaks to the fact that it's within the next budget cycle. Nyabonga, Honorable Mkonto, I think that covers it. Right. With those recommendations on the table, Honorable Molefe and then Bateman.
Chair, gentlemen's agreements make bad law. I mean, the first sentence there says we must rely on the vigilance of the Treasury and the committee. That is bad law. Why don't we write it in such a way? Why don't we have this bill drafted in such a way that we don't have to rely on anybody's vigilance, that we put in checks and balances that make sure that the reliance on somebody's vigilance is not necessary. But not the one that I came forward to read there.
Oh, perhaps?
No, that's...
Yeah. This is the sentence here. Remain vigilant regarding the level of charges to the national revenue. I think naturally a budget, Honorable Molefe, maybe the word vigilance might be the challenge, and maybe I hear what you are saying, but ultimately the spirit with which Honorable Bateman is putting the point before is what this committee's task and duty always is to remain vigilant. Whatever the item is, this is about pension and related matters, but it could very well be about any other charge. So if the word vigilant doesn't express the sentiment of giving parliamentary oversight to the issue, because that's the legal provision that this committee has been given. So I hear what you are saying. I don't myself, I think the word is not doing anyone's favor. It's about ensuring that we are responsible for the fiscus of this country. And perhaps maybe, I can't debate English, but I think there is superior law that covers the issue. Let me, honorable members, I think that, Mashile, if you can read that recommendation, I think we can move from here.
All right. The committee recommends that the minister submits an amendment to the bill which the removal of 3 months, section 2, subsection 4, that proposes that, open quotes, if Parliament does not pass a resolution approving, adopting amendments to, or rejecting the proposed amendments to the schedule within 3 months from the date of its tabling, Parliament is deemed to have approved the proposed amendments to the schedule. The committee further recommends that the Minister of Finance must table an amendment in the next budget cycle.
Correct. Correct.
Chair, just the word which on the first line should be with.
With.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, honourable members, I move that
It should be
with.
with. Okay. With. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Honourable Molefe,
I just wanted you, Chair, to note our reservations.
I agree. The reservations of the MK party being noted. Can I move that we adopt the 2 paragraphs as we go? Let's move on further down, I think, to the rest of the... You can remove both 10 and about 10.1. Mola. Yes, Mr. Makakul. Okay. Moving right along, Mashile. And that's the conclusion of the report in page 8. Are there any... Honourable Molefe, you'd raised the point earlier, and then we'll close it at this point, yeah? Honourable Molefe?
It's the point that I had raised earlier, Chair, which covers the whole report as to maybe it's my lack of understanding, and maybe just a simple clarification will suffice. Why are we taking the money from the National Revenue Fund and not from the surplus of the GPF? Because the National Revenue Fund is already stretched. We're on a shoestring budget, austerity budget, whereas the GPF is sitting with a huge surplus running into hundreds of billions. Why don't we take the money there? Why do we choose to take it from the National Revenue Fund?
I just want to help you, Chairperson. Probably, Honorable Mlefe, because probably you are not like always in the committee, I think it will be very difficult for the Chairperson to answer that, because National Treasury briefed the committee in the bill and in its entirety, and then those are the questions. I think generally the choices that have been made could have been well answered by National Treasury when they were briefing the committee. And because honorable members were there, I think now it's very difficult to go back and answer that question of the choices. So why are we not taking it from here? I think National Treasury could have easily answered that question if the honorable member was always in the committee when they present the bill. But now it's too late to answer that.
I hear that, but it. I think Honourable Molefe also makes what is prudent and what's important for this committee to always never lose track of, which is that regardless of the position National Treasury puts forward, we always have a duty to make sure that the national fiscus retains its own integrity. And so whilst I think it's not for me to defend the executive, I do think the question that Honourable Molefe is putting forward is an important one. But it is an important one, perhaps, for the purposes of this report. The committee itself can ask the question, but it cannot respond to it. It's not, in other words, it is important to state the point that you are making, and I'm not disagreeing with you, Honourable Molefe, in that sense. But I do think tomorrow at the debate, this question must be put forward, and must be put forward by the respective parties as they put it forward, because there's a choice that the executive have made here, which is your point. Your point is you've chosen to go to direct charges rather than using the pension fund. That's a choice. Our committee can only observe the choice and make the point, but it's not for us to respond to the point, to the choice. Honourable Bateman, then Honourable Molefe.
And just to add to that, Chair, I think that's absolutely agree with the fact that it's a good question and the fact that it's a question we can put to the executive. But just for the purposes of this bill, it's not introducing obviously it's not introducing a new expense because it's just where it is on the budget. So previously it was part of the budget vote 8 under National Treasury, Program 7. Now it's going to be below the line effectively as a direct charge. But it's not that there's now a new expense that's appearing for the fiscus. So is this an area where there could potentially be savings in the future? Well, obviously any expense line can be challenged. But this bill is not creating any new expenses, is what we've been told, and I understand. So this is just a case of, in a sense, it's an administrative matter about how it's going to be paid, not whether it's going to be paid or what's going to be paid.
Sure. Honorable Molefe.
See, my fear, Chair, of putting it below the line is that we are introducing less transparency. When it was in the National Treasury, they came here, we could ask them questions about it, and now it's going to be, actually the Treasury, they called it the top slice, part of the top slice. It assumes the importance of debt service costs and salaries. And I don't know if, okay, I was not there when the debate took place, but that does not mean that this committee cannot answer these questions, because they should have been, the committee should have satisfied itself. At this stage, the committee should be able to answer any question on this matter at this stage of the bill. So I think that the way that what we are doing now is introducing less transparency, and so we are encouraging less transparency as opposed to more transparency. We are moving from a situation where these things were handled more transparently than they will be handled in the future. Which is why I say, rather than putting it below the line, maybe you can take it to the GPF and we'll be satisfied that the board manages it transparently. But putting it below the line, Chair, is introducing something that the Constitution discourages. The Constitution wants us to be transparent.
I do think that in the tabling of amendments and schedules, and every time this matter comes, the committee will process it accordingly. So it's not like it can just remain an executive function and power. I hear your point, Honorable Molefe, and I think that point, I would rather say it must be better debated tomorrow in the House by Parliament in this regard. I think dealing with the bill itself, I think the committee satisfied itself in that regard to deal with the issue. So I'd like to move that we keep the report as has been stated in that manner, and I think I would welcome the debate tomorrow, even inside the House, Honorable Molefe.
But please note our reservations, Chair.
I do note your reservations, Honorable Member. So in the light of that, there being no, Mashile, the SABC has gone off already. In the light of that, Honorable Members, I don't think there is any additional adjustments to the respective bill that is, to the report that is before us. Can I then move, given the adjustments that were put forward in total, can we take page 8 in that regard? We've made the adjustments. Can I then put finally, with the objection of MK, the report for the adoption of the committee? Honorable Kalaga Mazibuko. Oh, they accept with reservations. Honorable Mlefe, can you put MK's position clearly so that I don't miscommunicate it?
We call for division.
A division being called, wow, there's no division here. You arrive here on day 1 and you are already calling for divisions. Where is this in the Constitution, Honorable Molefe? But, Honorable Members, I think I want to move for the adoption of the report as this particular matter, because I think it's been sufficiently debated. Is there a member who will move for the adoption of the report? I think Honorable Siete. And then seconded by Honorable Kalaga Mazibuko.
With the amendments made.
With the amendments that have been made, with the reservations of MK.
No, we reject it, Chair.
Oh, you will reject.
We will
That's-
reject it too.
That's 100%. That's with the rejection of MK. Let me just.
But I'm interested to know, does everybody accept it?
Our Honorable Mlefe, you can discuss that with them. You have stated, and I've given members an opportunity to do so. If your interests are not satisfied, speak to the respective members. Honorable members, I will then, with the report as has been tabled now, will take it as adopted by the committee. May I request Honorable Magakula to clean up this task so that we can go from there. With that in mind, Honorable members, we will then move over to the next part. May I give members a 10-minute break and then we recall and begin, if we can reconvene here at 11:45. Right, honorable members, it is now 10:45 or 11:45. I think we can. The half-time break has already occurred. The second half of the match will now resume. And by second half, we deal with the second bill that is before us, which is the Division of Revenue Bill for the year 2025-2026 financial year. We will then, Mashile, may I ask of you to read to the record the motion of desirability.
Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable members and colleagues. The motion of desirability, the Division of Revenue Bill, Bill 15, 2025, that in the opinion of the committee, the legislation is desirable to provide for equitable division of revenue raised nationally among national, provincial, and local spheres of government for the 2025-2026 financial year, the determination of each province's equitable share, allocations to provinces, local government and municipalities from national government's equitable share, the responsibilities of all three spheres of government pursuant to such divisions and allocations, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Is there a member who will support, propose the motion as put forward before us? Is there a member who would like to move for the adoption of the motion of desirability? Honorable Lekhanyane, is there a member who will second the adoption of the motion of desirability? Honorable Siat. With that in mind, the motion of desirability is duly adopted. Honorable members, we move to the Division of Revenue Bill and the report being tabled before the Standing Committee on Appropriations. The report is voluminous. I would imagine, members, we are going to have a lot of discussion in the sections that speaks with findings and recommendations. Keeping in mind, naturally, backgrounds, many of those issues are there, and members, I'm not saying that cannot make inputs to that. I'm not suggesting that at all. I just want us to make sure that when we have the debate towards the recommendations, findings, that is perhaps the bulk of the substantive work that this committee does. In the light of that, let us then begin to unpack the report. Let me begin. We will go through it in a similar manner as we did. And then when members want to make inputs, as I go through page by page, please raise your hand so that we can go. Starting with page 1. Yebo.
Not
Honorable
necessary.
Wakelin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just a general comment, if I may, on a report. This is 3.0. We have not identified in the start of the report all the previous work we have done. And I don't know if it's necessary or not. I'm actually asking a question if we should or not, and show the course of all the other work we've previously done to get to this point. Because nowhere we speak about all the previous time and effort we've spent. I don't know if it's necessary. If you think it's not, it's fine. It's just a comment I wanted to leave with you.
I hear you, Honorable Wakelin. My report is perhaps maybe my response would be perhaps a tagging question. When you tag a particular bill, it's not tagged version 1, version 2, version 3. It is tagged in a particular manner, and so the report is on a particular bill. That there's a political context to it, and that this is the third version of the issue, is a separate matter relative to saying that it is tagged, we're dealing with a particular bill on a particular time. I hear you, and perhaps maybe the inference is there in the sense of timelines, but I think this is tagged in a way. Proceeding then, in the absence of any inputs, Page 2. Page 3. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, the issue that is being made there, that 70% of budgets, in some cases,
Please specify. Oh, yeah, I see paragraph 2 so that we know we are reading the same thing.
see the last paragraph of page 2 that goes on to page 3.
Yes, I see that. Thank you.
Yeah, and a similar point is made about local government as well. That 70%. So with local government is that 70% of its revenue comes from intergovernmental transfers, and with provinces is that 70% of its expenditure goes to salaries.
Honorable Molefe, can you speak into the microphone? Even I'm struggling to hear you. Yeah.
With provinces, the report says 70% of the budget goes to salaries in certain provinces. And then with local government, it says 70% of the revenue in some municipalities, 70% of the revenue is from intergovernmental transfers, which means that they're not sustainable. But also, if 70% of your salaries in the budget goes to, of 70% of the budget goes to salaries, there is very little left for capex. And so I don't know where we raise that as a concern. If we were in a meeting of auditors, I would say it's a going concern issue, that these things are not, it's not sustainable. So these points are being made here, and that's why I'm raising it here. But I think as the committee, maybe later on, we can make an observation to say that this is untenable.
Honorable Molefe, this is just painting the background. There are recommendations that speak to exactly the point you are raising. Fiscal sustainability of provinces, municipalities. You will read as you go through the report, there are inputs done by SALGA that challenged even notionally this idea of 90-10. That debate, this is just merely painting the background. It will then find its expression.
Yeah, I just want us to flag it so that I just want us to double check that that point is made.
It is. Ke tla bua jaaka moruti. Re santsane re le go Genesis. Leta ya go Revelation e tla. Honorable Wakelin.
Thank you, Chair. If you can just bear with me on page 3, the first paragraph. Let me just give context before I tell you what I'd like to see change. The context is the impression you get when you read it. It's not the local government's fault that they are in that position. I'm saying to you there's a number of issues that was raised by the AG on numerous reports and a number of other committees. And I would like to emphasize those points. And let me continue. Let me just use one example. So after the matter of capital project due to weak capacity, do you see that, Chair?
Paragraph, we're on page 3 now.
Yeah, page 3. Furthermore, government acknowledged that underspending on capital projects due to weak capacity. What I want to insert here is weak project management compliance and non-adherence of procurement processes further hampers service delivery. If we just emphasize weak capacity as a reason for not delivering, that's not true.
I hear you, Honourable Member. This comes from the background of the tabling of the budget. So can I suggest that recommendation about capacity, and you make 2 points. It's project management and?
Weak project management compliance.
Weak project management compliance
and
as it emanates from the Auditor General's report. Is that correct?
That's right.
So may I recommend that point be captured when we discuss a recommendation on local government as an input from the committee?
Sure. Okay. I just want to get to the point that when people read this, that just not thinking the poor old souls, they are not complying because they are struggling. There's a number of other issues that we are not emphasizing, and this committee made very strong emphasis on them not complying and not good corporate governance. And similarly, if I may continue with the next paragraph,
Okay.
where we say increase the financing and delivery of infrastructure and improve the delivery of service and facilitate and support good corporate governance. If I could add that here or in a recommendation. We just need to get to a point that we be a balanced view, because we are trying to say that it's not. You get my point. I'm sure.
I hear you. I hear you. And I think, to me, I think it's a, what you are saying is a finding. It is a finding. You are saying it's not just a matter of capacity. It is a matter of project management. It is a finding. And so you will hear there's a discussion about Mangaung. You'll hear there's a discussion about, as you read the document. I'm more persuaded by the strength of the point as it speaks to findings rather than in the background. And I'd like to make it there strongly because the committee is concerned about this issue, is why we had municipalities come here. Sfiso? You had your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to support what you are saying, because on the background, this is the information that is contained in the budget review. That's why you were saying with government acknowledges, because we take it directly from
The budget.
what National Treasury has presented in the budget review. But your point, it's a very good point, and I will support that we put it on the findings, because this background generally it's factual information which is in the report.
Of course, so, and I think, what I'm trying to also help us do is so that if somebody were to read it and then wake up and said, hey, National Treasury never said this or the minister never said that, this comes as a background from them. I must hear their story, you see. Let's keep going. Page 4. Yes, Honorable Wakeling.
On the first paragraph, the matter
Top of page 4, page 5.
Sorry, it's my page 4 that talks to SARS. Yeah, exactly that one. We've given SARS a lot of money, and we're giving them more. And by the own admittance of the Commissioner, I would like to put in the policy measures will be reassessed given the commitment by SARS. Additional revenue through more efficient tax administration, high tax compliance, due to an increase of budget allocation to SARS. Chair, the point I want to emphasize, or the emphasis point here for me is we need to keep the SARS Commissioner committed to his on the 20 billion or the 18 billion that we need. He agreed to that, saying, if you give me this, I will give you that. And we are not saying it here. And I want us to be clear on that matter.
Okay. Can you draft a sentence, because it will be carried later? Again, it's not. It's a bit like early in a film. If I could put it like that, it's earlier. This is just background. That's what the minister says. I must give what the minister says. As you read the report, you are reading it from saying, okay, these people are responding to these questions put by someone else. You follow what I mean? So let's allow the plot to thicken.
I just want to make sure that the SARS Commissioner is committed.
The SARS Commissioner must be held accountable, and so that point mustn't be lost. It will be bolstered at the end. Are you with me? Great. Page 5. Is this... Mashile, where are you now?
Page 5.
Oh, the table. I don't like looking at tables nowadays because chiefs are not top of it, so I move quickly when I see tables. Page 6. You have to look very hard to find chiefs on the table, Honorable Khanya. You have to keep searching. We are still there. Page 7. Page 8. Can I just make it? It's a textual point. It's captured in brackets there, budget 3.0. Whilst I made the point about how the bill is tagged up there, if you are going to version it as version 3.0, it might just help with a line that says this is the third iteration in this instance of the division of revenue bill. Otherwise, if you put it in brackets as 3.0, I'm well entitled to ask you one day when I'm 90. And it's like, what do you mean by 3.0 happen?
Yeah, it's actually not an official.
It's not. It's political comment. Honorable Moleve?
And strictly speaking, there's no 3.0.
Correct.
Because this is the budget.
Correct.
It's not a version of another one.
Correct. So if we can remove these, you can make it as commentary. Page 8. And then page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Awa latlhega. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. You know, my pages and your pages are not the same, but I suppose. Now let's move to page 21. Page 22. Mashile, just slow down a little bit. I want to make sure we are all on the same WhatsApp group here.
Chair, are you sure that you're using the revised version? Because, okay, yeah. As long as the content is fine, then we will catch up then.
Sure.
Sure.
Page 23. Page 24. Yeah, I'm on the PBO, page 25. Right. Now we get to page 26. In reading this, it disturbed my sleep permanently, to quote Honorable Lekhanyan. No, it's true. It genuinely is true. I think, and that point, I hope we will capture strongly and fight hard for it. Because, page 27. Page 28.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Before we proceed, right? I think it was explained in the communication that was sent through to honorable members and colleagues, right? To say that the first version has been reworked without necessarily changing the content. So what I've done in here, the one that is in the first paragraph that is highlighted in yellow is exactly what is being said in the second paragraph. It is the same thing. The only change is the phrasing. So moving forward, it means that if we agree on the changes just to bring about coherence and understanding of the content and the meaning and the flow of ideas. So if we move forward, it means that I'm going to delete the second paragraph because it's the same thing, but put differently.
Maybe read the paragraph.
Okay. Okay. SALGA submitted that government should pay attention to key expenditure drivers with specific focus on spending efficiency, budget cuts, compliance and delivery impact on conditional grants. Furthermore, SALGA made such submissions that budget cost on government an estimated amount of 43 billion due to bloated staff, 5 to 25 billion due to ghost employees, combined factors on quality of services, fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the tune of 10.34 billion, and municipalities at the tune of 7.31 billion. Right. The original one is the one below.
May I ask, the use of the word tune. Tune is a colloquial term. It's either to some extent, it's to the extent of something, not.
Okay.
Tune is language that is.
The extent of, like this. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, should I read the second one, then the second version? Okay. On government key expenditure drivers, SALGA submitted that expenditure efficiency cuts, compliance and delivery impacts, which are areas that government should look into, particularly with conditional grants expenditure. Furthermore, according to SALGA, inefficiencies cost the government an estimated incurred bloated staff cost of 34 billion, ghost employers 5 to 25 billion, quality of services and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In brackets, government 10.34 billion and municipalities 7.31 billion over a period. These are two versions, like as I explained.
Yes.
When we reworked on that one, we looked at the coherence and the flow of ideas, and some of the sentences would be jetty and hanging. So after we had invited for comments from members to have an input, one or two would pick up a few issues, and this is one of the things that was brought to our attention, so that we had to rework on that one, so that when somebody reads this, they would not be finding ideas hanging, and sentence would not be linking in terms of the line of thought and the theme of understanding what the content is there in the report.
Honorable Galaga Mazibu.
Okay, I hear Mr. Mashile, but on the corrected version, I'm trying to check where is the cost of the cost incurred on bloated staff, the 34 billion. Where is it reflected on the amended version?
Let's just check. Right. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line, there's a comma, and then the 5 to 25 billion due to ghost employees and combined factors on quality. That is a combination of that one. In other words, it was dovetailed into that.
So you combined.
Yeah, in order to limit the chances of redundancy and regurgitation of the same ideas. Yes.
No, sorry, Chair. Maybe Mr. Mashila must explain, because at the one at the bottom, it talked about 34 billion, and at the top, to talk about 43 billion. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's the...
I think I'm persuaded by Honorable Galaga Mazibugo's point about delineating the difference between bloated staff and ghosted employees, because the issue of ghosted employees is thematic throughout. And I think that it cannot, whilst I think the first paragraph, the one highlighted in yellow, reads better, I certainly do think that the delineation is important. Otherwise, you will lose certain aspects. So you delineate it as per the second paragraph in this regard. Honorable Khanyan.
Yeah, Chair, no, thank you so much. I think one other point that that must be clarified on the cost of bloated staff. When we say the cost of bloated staff, do we mean all people that have been employed? Or at what point do we say the staff is bloated? Because you may need to do a segmentation. My understanding is that if you say a staff is bloated, is that if you had to employ 20 people, maybe you employed 45. And then the 25 will make you bloated. If we calculate the costs and we bring them together into one segment or into one basket and say this is the cost of bloated staff, it may create a problem in terms of meaning or the message that we want to put across. So if we can have a segmentation there, like the Chair, Honorable Mazibuko say, on the ghosted employees, and also sitting somewhere, if I need to have an understanding, what are the employee costs without bloating? Because in any event, employee costs are inevitable. There must be employee costs. because there must be people to run an institution to help you to deliver the services that you want. But a bloated system can also present its own challenges. And that is why I'm asking the question, at what point? It may be because we are unable to put it or to frame it the way we want, because it's not our statement, Chair, it's a SALGA statement. And maybe SALGA was the one who was supposed to have said, we are supposed to be having X number of employees, but unfortunately, this is the number that we have. Where, for instance, a mayor will have 12 people appointed in his or her office, when that mayor was supposed to have 2 or 3 people. And that is where the bloating comes from. But the way it is put there, I don't know, but my understanding is that it also includes people who are legitimately employed. And we report all of that as the cost of a bloated staff. Each and every municipality must have a municipal manager and a CFO. We can't include the CFO and the municipal manager to be part of the bloated staff. They must have that. They must have such appointments. So
I do think Honorable Lekhanyane's point, the 43 billion isn't the expression of the cost of employees in total in my reading. Keeping in mind that the sphere of local government, in essence, if it is consuming for in its total fiscus, I think about a city like Johannesburg that is 70 billion rands, etc. Local government's budget in total of all the municipalities is not, and if 70% is not 70% of that figure is not 43 billion. Therefore, the bloating is of 43 billion, if I follow what I mean. So I would express it to say that, so where it says there, at an estimated amount of 43 billion, etc., that is where the bloating begins to take on your earlier point, given the fact that naturally municipalities across the country's budgets are higher than that. So it begins there, and then you add the points about the ghost workers additional to the issue. And so if the sentence says that the cost of government is, it's not the cost of government, it's the bloated component of the issue. Because if the police budget, let's assume it's 100 rands, and 81% of the police budget is cost of employees, so it's 81 rands. If I then make the point that in the 81 rands, whatever, actually it's now 90 rands that they are spending, the 9 rands is the bloated bit.
And you still have additional 7 rand for ghost employees.
Correct. So the point there says 34 billion rands is the point of bloating, which means I can work backwards from there and assume a different cost of employees. That's not what the cost of employees is. I think the 43 is the bloating. It's like my doctor says to me, Chief, you should be weighing X. You weigh Y. The bloating is the difference between the two.
And we don't include the heavy jackets that you...
Correct, yes. Yes.
So based on the deliberations at the moment, can we, I'm not really sure because the original question emanates from what Honorable Kalega Masibuko said, to say that where did we drop the 34 billion? So can we transpose and take the 34 billion and replace the 43, which of course, if we take the 43 billion, it will be a misrepresentation of the real figures. That is why Honorable Maimane says there must be separation, there must be specificity in terms of the issues that are raised in here. So if you look at the correction, the adjustment that would have been made there, can we go with that adjustment to say that the 34 is placed there?
So read the entire sentence so that we can go from there.
All right. SALGA submitted that government should pay attention to key expenditure drivers with specific focus on spending efficiency, budget cuts, compliance and delivery impact on conditional grants. Furthermore, SALGA made submission that budget cost on government and estimated, okay, let me put a comma there after government, an estimated amount of 34 billion due to bloated staff, 5 to 25 billion due to ghost employees, combined factors on quality of services, fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the extent of 10.34 billion, and municipalities at the tune will replace that one at the tune of 7.31 billion. I'm not sure if it answers our...
To the extent of... Honorable Lekhanyan.
I think this is what now becomes a misrepresentation. Because once we reduce from a higher amount to a lower amount, there must be an explanation why there is a reduction. Yes, look, the point here is not to be, it's not, what do we call that? Spin doctoring, yeah.
Yes.
The point is not to spin doctor. If there is an amount of 43 billion that is being spent collectively on all the aspects, that amount must be reported, but then it must be broken down to say, out of the 43 billion that is spent on employee costs, there is 34% that is spent on the cost that ordinarily would have been incurred, and there is a 9 billion that is spent on a bloated component of the staff, and there is 7 billion that is spent on ghost employees. And all in all, I mean, all of it combined, this is what it gives us. But if now there was 43 billion in the report, and after our discussion, the 43 billion disappears, it's 34 billion. How do we go out and explain it to, how did we reduce from 43 to 34? All the three components there have to be accounted, because we must know where are we in local government. We must know if there are bottomless pits, where the money is falling into, and how do we retrieve that money. But I mean, to spin doctor will become a problem.
Makakula, and then I recognize Honorable Kalega Mazibuko. I'll come to you. I just want to finish this point.
Honorable Kanyan, it's just that Mashile doesn't explain this thing. The 43 and the 34, it's a simple mistake. He wrote 43 instead of 34. So there is no issue there. The correct number is 34.
All right.
On the breaking down, as you are saying, unfortunately, we cannot break it down ourselves, because that's what we got from SALGA. So it's a SALGA figure. So we don't have to assume what they are saying. We are writing what they have said.
Okay. Honorable Kalega Mazibuko.
I'm covered on the 34 and the 43. And I know the people from that province, they got the numbers. The 34 becomes 45.
But I think for the integrity of the report,
Yes.
and the integrity of the work that we do, please just make sure that SALGA sign off on the fact that it is 34. And we must just triple check that, because I wouldn't want to A, misrepresent them, and B, have SALGA begin to challenge what is tabled in a report that they submitted.
Chairperson, get it from me. It's just that when Mashile was doing like the rechecking on the yellow thing, that's where the mistake. That's when he made the mistake.
Okay. If it's just a clerical error, it's fine.
Yes.
But let's just make sure that it is completely accurate, as I believe.
Mashile must be vigilant, Chair.
Nori?
Say he must be vigilant.
Yes, that's the word. That's where the word vigilance comes in. You see.
be a deadly mistake if we had gone with this.
10 billion rands is not a minor clerical error. That's what NYDA does. Anyways,
Otherwise, we'll issue an intelligence report.
yes, that's how people move organizations. Page 29 is where I'm at. Mashile, let's, if we agree on that view, you can remove the next paragraph because I think it's captured by the first.
By the way, Chair, the difference between 43 and 34 is 9 billion, not 10. So you're also taking an extra billion there.
Yes. Romulefe, there must always be an adjustment here or there. It's what's called rounding up. Yes. You know, ow. Come on, so you'll be calling it leakage. It's not. It's just rounding up here and there. Yay, Vikinyana. Let's keep going. We are now on page, Mashile, page 29, 27. There are new adjustments there. Can you highlight those? Please read that section.
On debt and debt service costs, SALGA submitted that the South African government has serious debt challenges. It unpacked the foregoing debt challenge by explaining to the committee that government's debt to GDP is at 77.4%, which translates to an amount of 6.6 trillion, municipal debt at 346 billion. It indicated the debt comprises of 346 billion for both creditors and 106 billion for debtors. It should be for debtors. Yeah, let's look in. We'll confirm. I think I'm with CISO in here. We can look into that. I think it was creditors and debtors. Yeah.
I happen to think the higher amount is to creditors, less, but just make sure you get the right sequences.
For debtors.
Because what Salga was saying in the meeting was that there are people who owe municipalities money and there are people whom the municipality owes money to.
Yes.
But let's make sure we get the figures for each one correct.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah. Household debt to income ratio is estimated at 65%, with some consumers are spending up to 75 to 80% of their income on debt repayment. Regarding economic growth, SALGA submitted that there is an urgent need for a government's integrated economic growth strategy addressing inefficiencies, spending on infrastructure, stringent debt and expenditure management. Yes, there we are for now.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with that myself. I don't know if there are any members who... Honorable Kalaga Mazibu.
Yes, as much as I'm happy with that, but there is an R who's not supposed to be there unless you add the word who. After the 65% comma, with some consumers spending up to 70 to 80%, or you must say with some consumers who are spending. There's some grammar thing there. Because there's a comma, so.
That's fine.
Can we say who spend, or can we say who are spend? It's fine.
No, it's right like that. It's fine. Keep going. No, we've covered that.
On local government equitable share, SALGA submitted that.
No, Mashile. That is not that second paragraph is a different one
that's
to
fine.
that one.
That's fine. Okay. Keep going.
Keep going to the one below here.
Right.
What I want to get to.
Okay.
Mashile, please start at the top there so we can
Just
read
here.
it as a paragraph.
On municipal debt relief. Should I read that one?
Yes.
All right. On municipal debt relief program, SALGA submitted that it acknowledged that it acknowledges that the money owed by municipalities on the program has increased by 24.7 billion to 80 billion from March 2023 to February 2024. However, conditions of the program have been reduced to focus on non-payment of current account of ESCOM. According to SALGA, National Treasury and ESCOM proposed a delivery agency agreement, DDA, to improve electricity service delivery and financial stability by addressing issues like non-payment of electricity bill and poor infrastructure. SALGA proposes that the DAA should follow the Municipal Systems Act 78 process to empower both municipalities and ESCOM with a holistic overview to current conditions within municipalities. The DDA conditions should be fair and beneficial for ESCOM and communities.
Is it DDA or DAA?
It's DAA.
DAA. Yeah. It's always good to have two-eyed people, like instead of having one-eyed person in the whole community. Yes.
We can't discuss the historical legacy of the Northwest education system here. Let's keep going.
Okay, so we go into the next page. In conclusion, SALGA cautioned against
That is in concussions. Or
in conclusion. I took it from Sfiso. In concussion, yeah. Yes. In conclusion. Oh, in conclusion, again.
The L must be.
Yeah. Okay, let me
Now
restart.
you are moving into Wesa words, in collusion.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's look into that. In conclusion. Right. In conclusion, SALGA cautioned against the overstating of the economic growth rates because structural reforms commitment often take time to implement. By the National Treasury, I'm not really sure, Sfiso, I just wanted to get clarity in here. Oh, yes.
You must put in that off.
Where's the off? SALGA cautioned against the overstating. Of, yeah. Of the economic growth rates because structural reforms commitment often take time to implement. Okay, yeah. The reason I highlighted this in gray, I thought this should be removed, and then the sentence stops at implement. Right. Right. So the next sentence will start by SALGA also, and then we remove the gray one, the great one, if we agree on that. Sfiso, I will also invite you. So, yes.
So you also remove
I wouldn't remove just this bit here that speaks about considering National Treasury's downward projections. So what I would rather, Mashile,
Yes.
this paragraph needs a little bit of work. So in conclusion,
Yes.
SALGA cautioned against the overstating of the economic growth rates because of structural reforms commitment often take time to implement.
Yes.
And then you can leave that, you can skip that next line, put a parenthesis that says, considering National Treasury's downward projection of South Africa's real economic growth, and close paragraph.
Okay.
Because that's just parenthesis. It's not part of the earlier sentence.
Yeah, considering what?
And then it says, SALGA calls for the review of the macroeconomic strategy. That bit is fine.
National Treasuries.
No, Mashile, it's already there.
It's there. Yeah. Okay. 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 What do we do? Okay, then I remove this one. Right. In brackets, right? Yes.
You've got it, Mashile?
Yeah, yeah.
What I will also say is, yeah, tswella pele Mra, so that
This one. No, it cannot be. All right, all right. We'll come back to that. Salga. Do we start with the C? Okay. All right. Salga also calls for the review of macroeconomic strategy and that it should be inclusive and participative across all spheres of government, business and communities. Salga notes government's effort, support and logic to prioritize metros to be sustainable. However, there is unintended consequences to neglecting the secondary cities and rural municipalities, which can drive out investment and increase migration. Salga also expressed its okay.
Honorable Molefe.
It says Salga rejected the National Treasury's use of outdated data. I think the data that they used was 2011 data. But here, I don't know what we're trying to sanitize here, because you're saying it's not census 2022. It's correct, but you should say that they used 2011.
Correct.
Where is it?
As Honorable Kanyane has said, we don't put things that they've not said. We are just taking what they've said in the presentation. We don't add anything, otherwise.
From Salga's
Yes.
point of view.
We're just taking only what they said. What they've not
They
said.
said not 2022.
Yes, that's what they say in the
No, they said 20. Yeah. Well, if
Was not used.
Yes.
No. 2022 was not used. They did not say what was used.
in their presentation.
Well, Chairperson, the challenge is that, Honorable, I can hear where you are coming from, but the challenge is that when you are writing from a presentation, they don't necessarily, they didn't even submit a document, but it's a presentation. So now from the slides, we're writing that. Probably they have said that when they were talking, but not on the slide itself.
On their submissions.
On their submissions.
Yeah, but then the outdated data that they used was 2011. You agree? Yeah, even if they didn't say it, that is what happened.
So let me do this. I'm going to suspend this point. The woman from the lady who made the submission, Yasalga, if we can just check, because this report has to stand for public scrutiny, and at lunchtime, I'm really comfortable. We can, Mashile, we can get somebody just to give her a call just to confirm what data was used for the purposes of this report. I think that's it. It's a year in specificity. I think the point is taken. I would rather have it from the horse's mouth than from any speculation. But let's keep going. We park this point. Mashila, please note that this point is parked and then it will be finalized right at the end. I'm just making a note here on the Salga point. We can keep going. You are now on page 28, Mashila.
I think Salga believes in order to address the inefficiencies, there should be intergovernmental collaborations, streamlining and enabling policies, impactful and differentiated support across all spheres of government, across all three spheres of government.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, we'll believe that. Right.
Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. This is just Johannesburg. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. It's like mathematics. Page 40. Now, page 41. We start with findings and observations. Right. Let's go. Page 41. Can you go to the end of that page? Remember, starting there. Inputs from any member. Page 41. Page 42. Honorable Bateman, Honorable Waitley. Ishona lesho.
Okay.
I didn't go very quick.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I've
Soon you're going to start
subconsciously
saying
been
things
listening
like
for.
you were on mute.
I've been subconsciously listening for the number 41, and when I heard 41, it was just the ears pricked up. We on to recommendations and observations.
Yes.
Okay. 10.1. I had a number of suggested changes for that, and some of these relate to wording and grammar, and some of them are relate more to substance. So, but they're all sort of mixed in. I'll read from the top. Well, first sentence of 10.1, fine. Second sentence, fine. Then the third sentence, the committee is of the view that government needs to widen. It says that its revenue resource base. I just thought maybe just to clarify that just as being the tax base, if that's what is meant by that. Mm-hmm. In order to fund its spending pressures. The committee is of the view that rather than taxing the existing tax base more heavily, the government must consider investing more resources to curb tax evasion and non-payment of tax debts and explore other tax sources like online gambling and illicit financial flows. Mm-hmm. To this end, the committee supports the additional investments in SARS and the government spending reviews that will ultimately, rather than untimely, unlock additional resources. So it's not necessarily going to unlock revenue, because a spending review but it will unlock resources for government, as opposed to constant increases in the various tax regimes, potentially running the risk of adversely impacting the poor citizens. And then I'd add this, as well as reducing investment, economic growth, and job creation.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10.1.
The point you're trying to make is that, okay, that's fine. I will read it in toto in a moment. Yes, Honorable Bateman, let's just stick to this paragraph so that we finish it. Yes, okay. You were saying? Are you done?
I've done on 10.1, yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, the issue here is that firstly, I think that we must, so there's no budget 2.0, we're talking about this budget, number one. Number two, that the fuel levy, which was used to replace VAT, is equally regressive. It is inflationary. It dampens consumption expenditure. It is anti-poor. It is anti-growth. And it is very similar to VAT, because VAT also ticks those boxes. So we don't really understand what the government was doing here by replacing, or the minister was doing by replacing VAT with a fuel levy, because they are equally dangerous, or they are equally regressive and counterproductive. But the minister shied away from taxing the rich. I know that there is an argument that the rich are already overtaxed, but we are of the view that the minister should not run away from taxing wealth that was accumulated over the years in South Africa at the expense of the labor of others. And so we think that more progressive tax instruments must be found that tax the wealthy more than they tax the poor. At the moment, the fuel levy taxes the poor more than it taxes the rich as a percentage of their income, if you think about it. So if we both have to pay 10 rand on a 1 liter of petrol as a fuel levy, 10 rand for me as a person who earns 100 rand is 10% of my income. But for a person who earns 1 million, it's minuscule. So it's regressive. It taxes the poor more. So I think that point should come out, that what the minister did by jumping to the fuel levy actually was not, it may even have been jumping from the frying pan into the fire. And that is our considered opinion.
Okay. Let me hear from other members, and we'll take the point. We are now discussing exclusively the point about the fuel levy and the amendments to 10.1. Honorable Mkhonto.
When discussing the pensions fund bill, it was explained as to COSATU as a stakeholder, what they presented to the committee. But surprisingly, with this bill, those who participated are mentioned, but it is not explained as to what did they say specifically about the fuel levy, because they did say something about the fuel levy. So I think it will be proper if it can be put in this report what those who participated, what did they say about the fuel levy. Thank you.
So there are 2 points that we are dealing with currently, honorable members. It speaks to the point made at 10.1 about the removal of VAT. What Honorable Molefe's argument is that that has been merely substituted by a more regressive tax in the fuel levy. What Honorable Mkhonto is saying is that actually there was a submission by other entities as it pertains narrowly to the question of the fuel levy, COSATU being one. So those are the 2 points on the table. I just note them, and then we'll work on a way forward in how do we address the 2 questions on the table. Honorable Wakelin or Bateman, I'm not sure which, and this is not to suggest any. Honorable Wakelin?
Chair, we are brothers in arms.
No, all I wanted to say is that I would never be one to suggest that white people look the same.
Hey, Batu. Anyway.
Point of order.
Chair, the last part of 10.1 refers to 2 matters which we actually would like to extrapolate on. The first one is a very simple one, where we look at the SARS. We said to this end, the committee supports the additional investment in SARS And then that's where we stop. But I would like to include, and the commitment by the SARS Commissioner to raise the extra 20 billion in revenue required for the 2026 budget. Because
And that the SARS Commissioner must be held accountable to that.
yes, if we can put it in there. And
So,
then,
Mashile, just wait, hold on. Honorable Wakelin, now,
yeah.
because we are doing three things now,
yeah, that's it. This is an easy one.
I'm starting to worry that it's a bit like the army. You can't ask us to do more than three. So let me hold off on the last point because I don't think there's contention on the issue. Let me move to the first two that were on the floor. Yeah, don't add another one onto the first two. On the first two, Honorable Molefe raises the point about the regressive nature of the fuel levy. This was equally so a submission by the PBO, if I'm not mistaken, in the point. Therefore, I think it would be amiss of us not to note that point. Whilst the removal of VAT as a regressive tax is noted, the fuel levy as a substitute is also burdensome on poor citizens. And it also has an economic multiplier in and of itself. I think the point must be made, and it must be supplemented in 10.1 by saying that obviously the committee notes with concern the introduction of the fuel levy. And of course there are submissions by members of the public who made the same concerns. We are amiss of us not to represent their views. Honorable Bateman, Honorable Wakelin, let's have one meeting. So what were you? Yes, Honorable Bateman.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I think, I'm just going to give my personal perspective on this one, right? Which is, you sometimes have to you sometimes have small losses in the face of big wins, and VAT is a big win. By comparison, to push up to have pushed back on the increase of a VAT rate of 2% is enormous. The fuel levy wouldn't actually be even in the news were it not for the fact that it had been frozen for 3 years, and between budgets 1, 2, and 3, there was an increase that was introduced, which was actually not a very big increase relative to the size of the fuel levy. It's only actually an inflation adjustment. So in real terms, there actually hasn't been an increase in the fuel levy. There's actually just been, it's just held parity with what it was before. But it's a lot of political capital has been made out of it, which is actually not justified. I think that's the big picture context. For 3 years, it was held constant, which was a way to try and undo some of the regressive effects of the tax, which was great. We weren't able to, or the government was not able to, deliver that benefit again this time round, in the context of very tricky circumstances of having to balance a budget without the 2% VAT increase. So I think I'm not trying to take anything away from the sort of underlying point, but I also don't think it must be made into a bigger point than what it is in the context.
Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Maybe just to stress the gravity of the regressiveness of this option that was taken by the minister, moving from VAT to fuel levy. The State also emphasized the fact that more than 2/3 of the households in the lowest income quintile spend over 20% on their monthly income on public transport. So, Chair, this is hampering hard on the lowest income of this country. So really, this is very deep. And we will not then count as this committee as a win to say moving from VAT to fuel levy was a win. Because, and also supported by the sentiments shared by most of the public submissions that we got. They specifically mentioned that this is a regressive tax, and it would be bizarre to not see it on our report mentioned that it is regressive, because it is regressive. Thank you.
Honorable Molefe, and then Bateman and Honorable Siate, is your hand up? Or I don't want to. Yes?
Yeah, the other strange thing about this fuel levy issue is that I think it raises about, is it 4.1 billion that it will raise? Huh? 4 billion that it raised from the fuel levy. The budget is 2 trillion. How do you balance, or how do you add, or how do you plug a hole of by 4 billion rand in a 2 trillion budget by taking the 4 billion from the poor? So, I mean, the budget is so big that 4 billion really is minuscule, is nothing compared to the total budget. But then what doesn't make sense to us is, why does the fuel levy become such a big thing that has to be done now? Take that money in a regressive tax from the poor, inflationary, counter anti-growth, and so on and so forth. Why do you have to resort to such a measure just for 4 billion out of 2 trillion? It really, Chair, I think maybe it is worth mentioning that it doesn't make sense.
Honorable Wakelin, then Conto.
Thank you, Chair. I hear the sentiment, but I want to just speak to the facts. I'm just going to go look quickly. The fuel levy will actually just take out 3 billion out of the economy. And the fuel price is still R1.20 cheaper than last year, is what it was. The VAT would have taken out 16 billion out of the economy. And it's within that discussion that we need to try to find each other. These are the actual facts, because I'm concerned when we start comparing, because you're not comparing apples with apples, yeah? You're comparing apples with a pear. So let's just be clear on the matter. And I hear it is an emotional issue, but here's the reality. It is cheaper than it was last year. And on the point of Honourable Bateman, there was no adjustment done for the last 3 years on it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Conto.
Chair, I want to go back to what I presented.
Hey, Honorable Conto, can I ask you to use the microphone?
Okay. Can I go back to what I presented and Honorable Mwale was alluding to it? We can't change because we are seated here, now we understand each other. Maybe then we change what was presented by the public. It can't be. We must put what was presented by the public as is. We can't misrepresent the facts. As Mr. Makakula was saying, Salga said it like this, I can't change it. So even in this case, Chair, the public presented the fuel levy as a regressive tax. Let us put it like that. We can't change what they have said. And to further explain, Chair, there are people, when they want services from the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Social Development, a clinic, chain stores, whatever, they have to travel. They can't walk. Maybe some of us, we are privileged that we are having these services at our doorstep, and we don't imagine how some people have to travel a few tens of kilometers for them to access basic government services. So it becomes a burden to them. We can't say the fuel tax is something small because we are comparing it to the VAT. No. How does it become a burden to to a person who is staying at Mkanduli, to a person who is staying at Bergville, to a person who is staying at Tomo, to a person who is staying at Dludluma. That is what we must talk about, not compare it with VAT. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I make a recommendation here? Firstly, I think it would be amiss of us as a committee to be silent on the fuel levy. Therefore, it must be stated that the committee notes the increase in the fuel levy. And correctly, I think the committee has the right to raise the concern about its impact on households. Because we are having two discussions. At a macroeconomic and fiscal level, others would argue that 4 billion in a 2.1 trillion rands budget is insignificant, and there's a macroeconomic argument that can be made for that. I am not persuaded by the argument that it's been left alone for the last 3 years, therefore it must. Because if you keep the same argument, you could say, well, VAT was left alone for the last 3 years, therefore it should. But what I am also wanting to say is that, of course, as a committee, we have heard submissions from the people of this country as it pertains to this issue of the fuel levy. But I don't think the point, and then what I would do, the other submissions that were made, because this matter has been sufficiently ventilated in court, I do think that it must be noted the fact that a review of the fuel price must not, now becomes even more urgent. Because you will recall there was extensive discussion about where it sits in its review. Because whilst Honorable Waitlin says it's been in, the current fuel prices are rand cheaper than what it was, the calculation and the formula thereof still means that government tax of the issue doesn't always sufficiently adjust for whether consumers receive relief when, for example, the fuel price goes down. And I can recall in the first engagements with Treasury, a discussion being raised about how this compares to neighboring countries, Botswana, etc. So I do think as a committee it's important to note the point, to note its impact on the poor, on the economy writ large, given the inflationary. But I do think the recommendation must be the review of the fuel price itself, because that is, as a point of consensus, something that even National Treasury have been calling for, and as something that we can endorse, because that will deal principally with the question that says, how do you ameliorate or deal with the burdensome nature of what this means prospectively? Because the points that have been made by members about its impact on transport costs, input costs, all of that are well made. I think for us, in terms of the division of revenue bill and the increase in the levy, we must note it, and I would urge that the committee take a view that equally so encourages a review on the fuel price. There are preceding points, and the preceding points are other revenue-raising mechanisms must be sought, because we can't sit here next year and be, if you like, creative people around which tax must be increased next. It's unsustainable. Next year, we can't say, okay, this year we debated VAT and fuel. Next year, we're going to go fuel, and maybe next year we'll try PIT, maybe medical aid tax cuts, maybe. No. Other additional revenue sources must be found. And I think that is be fair on our committee, notwithstanding the need for GDP growth, notwithstanding for all of those which are made in subsequent points. But I think in just dealing, because that's what the point prior is trying to allude to. Additional revenue must be found. That's not the debate. Or at least if someone thinks that we shouldn't find any additional revenue, then I'm not sure. But I do think then that point, I think it's 10.1.1 comma, that of course there'll be a negative impact on the fuel levy, and it would be a miss of us as a committee not to note that point. Honorable Mwali, then Honorable Mlefa.
Chairperson, one thing we should pick up from this discussion is that no one is disagreeing with the regressiveness of these two, which is VAT and fuel levy. We are now discussing the extent of the regressiveness when you are comparing these two. But the fact remains, this one that was suggested by the minister is a regressive tax. And it must be reflected on the report, because we are actually discussing and considering a report. It must be reflected there. And also, we cannot remove the fact that from the public, which was invited to comment on the report, they mentioned that it is a regressive tax, and we can't remove it.
No,
it must be reflected on the report that the public is or took a position that this introduction of this fuel levy is a regressive tax.
I think the point is being included there. We can add word, but it's included. I don't think necessarily that it's not now not being included. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, to add injury to insult, it has been for a while now that we have observed the deteriorating geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, which indicate, if you are a prudent risk manager, indicate that there will be upward pressures on the fuel price, because the price of oil is likely to go up. And it looks like that risk is slowly materializing, because they say that Iran has closed a strait there, a passage for oil. But even before this happened, and we knew that there is tension there, and that tension is likely to put an upward pressure on the fuel price. So to increase the fuel levy in the face of a potential fuel price increases as a result of exogenous factors is imprudent.
I do think, honorable members, we could go around, because yes, I do take the point, and the matter, as I said to you, has been in multiple fora, notwithstanding our courts. I do think that the point that it is made, that it's a regressive impact, regressive tax, and that, Honorable Molefe, the point that you bolster the point that I'm making, which is to say a review of the fuel pricing. Because here's the thing, it is important, not also in the light of the geopolitical tensions that are going to take place. So even prior to this issue, there was that. What I'm trying to not get us into a space of going is to say, we note the inputs of the public. We noted in the report that the fuel levy is regressive, and that an urgent call be made. What is within the locus control of Treasury? The locus of control of Treasury is to do the review of the fuel price and then make recommendations fitting post that review. Where we cannot be at now is at yea or nay, given the fact that the courts have ruled and this matter is here. So I am suggesting that we take the point that, not keeping in mind the regressive nature of the tax, that there must be an urgent review of the fuel price and that formula. Honourable Bateman.
Honourable Chair, yes, we would support that recommendation.
So if we can put it on there in that light, Mashile, can you read that sentence so that I know?
Yeah. The committee notes the negative impact of the fuel levy increase on the households that are already burdened by the high cost of living, and therefore calls for the review of the fuel price.
Put as noted by the public in submission.
At the end, right? As noted.
The South Africans have made their
Noted
submissions on this issue.
By the
Are you making textual submissions or making an argument? Yes, Honorable.
by the
Today's going to be long. Chair, the review of the modulation of the fuel price, because it's got to do with the model that they're using. It's not the fuel price itself. It's how do they modulate it? I just want us to get the right wording so that I look at the proper modeling of a fuel price that is sustainable.
Yeah. I think there is a way. I forgot where they put the fuel levy. The fuel price model. I'm not sure there's a. No. Okay. Right. It's a fuel price. Can you put? Have you put it there? The fuel price model.
yes.
Okay. With that as a bullet point, then I think it covers the points. Can we agree to move ahead with that arrangement? As noted by the Siap Engos. Right. Mashile, you'll clean this up. Honorable members, it is now. I'm going to, at this point, we are stopping just before 10.2. Please make a note at that point. Lunch is served, resuming now at 1:15. Can I ask that we have a half an hour lunch? I know honorable members here are hardworking citizens, but we did manage to get members here on a Monday with the threat of lunch. It would be unfair for us not for that threat to materialize. So can we take a break at 1:15? And if we can return at 1:45, that would be first prize. Meeting will be adjourned at this point to resume. Get half time. No. Yes, come sit here.
The full price is going to be where's the underlying, so there's going to be the full price and then the full price.
After 30 minutes break, umuntu uzobuya late. Well, I'm all right. Wena njani? Ulale kahle so. I need a plan.
Smoke. Sure, sure.
In the morning.
How?
We have nothing to do with it. But you could read the underlying expression.
Yeah. I think. Leo le sile baka le. Leo wa fela hore. Sijarare.
Believe in superstition things. No, I couldn't help that one. I couldn't help it. I laughed.
I don't know.
Believe what is superstition things. The president. I wonder what is the name of the party gonna be.
But what about ANC you think about market?
And in the colors balloon, in the more green. Oh, it's 38. Who's that lady? Who's that lady who was participating? She's from India.
We just saw her here by him.
Oh, she's a parliamentarian.
She was with the MCO.
That's what I'm saying. She's from them.
Oh, that's why it's issue diamond. I know the state.
She's not Roman parliament.
She's no.
Was she?
No, some portion.
Hey, nani ni
It's the former
ya
wife of
The former wife of
Yes, now that you say it. Oh, yeah.
They didn't have. Oh.
Now I remember.
Mosadi wa Kgoshi became Christian. Atamaya, Tolano Kaila Yamzinyati. I will let him a call up for Rock Street. Washiare, it is a portion, let him do it. Eramula night, Masalia, what she had to take a moon. I would la somewhere. Angela de Lavana. Barumela Munola Marikime Fogasu. The Fogasu lie, Ushio. But we have
Thank you, Chair. Not holding you back. Just on 10.1, the matter of the SARS Commissioner, can we just confirm that? There's an insert there, and I would like to just change it to the following, to say, to this end, the committee supports the additional investment in SARS and the commitment by the SARS Commissioner to raise the extra 20 billion in revenue required for the 2026 budget. Full stop.
I just wanted to find out, ne, do we put it at the end of the last sentence after creation, or do we put it way after SARS?
After SARS.
After SARS, okay. It should be a comma.
I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. Would you want it? No.
We can.
Let me read it for you.
Yeah.
To this end,
To this end,
the committee supports the additional investment
okay, the committee supports
the additional investment in SARS. It is the okay, and the commitment by the SARS Commissioner to raise the extra 20 billion in revenue required for the 2026 budget. Full stop.
for the
And the commitment by the SARS Commissioner to raise the extra 20 billion in revenue required for the 2026 budget. Full stop.
You know, when you are watching a match, you are saying, Honourable.
Chair, so we got an additional recommendation around spending reviews. And obviously when we say spending reviews, we are not just saying cut back, but we're also talking about efficiencies and effectiveness of running government. So we have that, and I'm not sure, before you block me, so where would you like me to speak to that as an additional recommendation at the end?
Well, I think perhaps maybe partly, even here at this point, you could separate this notion of spending reviews, put a point that says quite categorically that spending reviews are going to be crucial in order to improve government efficiency and some of the spending issues, because we have undertaken a process with Treasury to say Parliament must obviously guide some of the work that must happen around these spending reviews. Otherwise, it becomes players becoming referees also. So I would put it here but I would make it the next point. You understand what I mean? Please do.
Chair, let us submit the proposed suggested recommendation that comprehensive spending review should systematically be applied to national departments, provinces, municipalities and all public entities to eliminate as far as practical waste duplication and inefficiencies.
Happy with that recommendation. I would broadly, so just type, as you type it in, Mashile,
Yes.
then we can have a look at it.
Yeah, comprehensive spending reviews should be applied. Right?
That comprehensive spending reviews
Yes.
should systematically be applied
Yeah, I'll go to this. Yeah.
Can I continue?
Yeah, I'll fix that one too.
Be applied to national departments, comma, provinces, comma, municipalities, and all public entities to eliminate as far as possible, as far as practical, waste duplication and inefficiencies. Chair, I think that speaks to your point as well. It's not just about budget cuts.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'd recognize Honourable Molefe.
Chair, the budget is anchored around GDP growth because that's the starting point. You have to find a number that is acceptable of GDP projection. And then from there you can project revenue. From projecting revenue, you can then cut it up into spending. Now, if your GDP growth number is unreliable and is not credible, then it means the whole budget is not credible. Treasury showed us a GDP growth number of 1.9% in April. And everybody criticized it. All the stakeholders that came to the public hearings criticized that 1.9. They said it's optimistic. And the Treasury stood by that number until the fiscal framework was approved in the House. Fortunately, it was reversed by a court. A month later, they revised the GDP growth number by 1.4%, which means that all those people that were criticizing the Treasury's 1.9% number were correct by Treasury's own admission. Now they've come with 1.4%, and still nobody agrees with them with 9.4%, 1.4%. They say it's optimistic, it's still optimistic. And again, the Treasury is standing by that number of 1.4%. And I think, Chair, we need to mention somewhere that unless the GDP growth number is credible, and you know, I mean, we don't have our own macroeconomic model tools as the committee. But if you read through the submissions that were made by the FFC, by the budget office, by a lot of the people that came to the hearings, they don't agree that 1.4% is a reasonable number. All of them are saying it's over-optimistic, which means that the revenue targets will not be met because GDP, the base of the measurement of the projected revenue projections, which is GDP growth, is not credible. And I think that, and given the fact that the Treasury has not met its own GDP forecast for the last 12 years, 12 years, they don't meet GDP growth forecasts. And all the time, the stakeholders are telling them that you are over-optimistic. You are just showing us this number that you suck out of your mouth We don't know where it comes from, but it is not realistic. It means the credibility of the budget is in question. Now, somewhere, somehow, I think we need to say this, because this is what the people, the stakeholders, the public participants said at the meetings, that the GDP growth number is over-optimistic and is not credible. The consequences of that number not being credible means the budget is not credible, because it is the bedrock, it's the foundation of the budget. We move from GDP growth projection, project revenue, and then cut it up, horizontally and vertically. So what we're doing now, because we'll be slicing it horizontally on Thursday, is that the exercise that we're engaged in might be an exercise in futility, because the indications are that that number at 1.4% is still not credible. Secondly, in this paragraph we mention Operation Vulindlela.
Which, Honorable, if I just want to say that I'm not trying to interrupt what you are saying, but the point about GDP growth is captured in 10.2. So in that report, it states that, yes, we are conscious of the fact that Treasury is consistent in missing its own revenue projections.
Yes.
So I had assumed that your input was to suggest that 10.2 be moved to 10.1 as the opening salvo of the issue. That's what I
are we still on 10.1?
No, we've moved from 10.1, now we're on 10.2.
Yes, yes.
But what I was saying is that the input you have made in the GDP question is in 10.2.
No, but I was going further than what is said here, because
Sure.
I'm saying that, yeah, it's correct that 1.4% and so on relative to, and so on. If that 1.4% is not realistic, the budget is, so it throws out everything. Because, so what we're saying here, we're saying the mistake that is being made is that 1.4% is optimistic, but we're not saying what is the consequence of that. The consequence of that is that the revenue projections will be wrong, and that the entire budget, because it is like the point of departure, it anchors the budget, the GDP growth number. So it's the consequence that I wanted us to capture, that the meaning of this 1.4% not being realistic. Maybe this time they got it right. Maybe it's realistic, but maybe it's worth pointing out that if it is indeed true that that number is not realistic, as it has not been in the last 12 years, it means that this budget is based on they've built it on sand. This budget has been built on, the foundation is sand. It's not built on a rock of ages, root. Yeah. So that is the point that I wanted to make about the 1.4, the consequence of not
Okay.
getting it right at that level.
Okay. Honorable Bateman.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Just picking up on the Honourable Member's contribution there, I wonder if we could perhaps make a recommendation that the Treasury should have a contingency plan in the event that the budgeted economic growth is not achieved. So let's suppose that we only achieve 0.9% instead of 1.4%. What will the implications then be for tax revenue, and how will the Treasury advise us to respond? Let's do that scenario planning now, so that at least we're not caught on the back foot in the event that we underperform on growth.
Sure. You can make that point. I do think what we mustn't do is to reduce macroeconomic projections to scientific accuracies. No one, if I took the same budget book for Japan or the same budget book for, you can name any country you like, countries present particular projections and then either adjust upwards or downwards on that basis. It is precisely why, in many ways, we have a medium-term budget policy statement. So for us as a committee to say, if you say 1.4, it better be or else, is a macroeconomically, from a policy positioning point of view, an inaccuracy. No one can do that. And secondly, so whilst the point is made that you've missed your projections, and this point has been made continuously, even last year, etc., the Minister of Finance would argue the case that fair, but it makes us look awful when we project numbers that are higher than what we should. So to me, budgets themselves are built on projections and assumptions. There are certain assumptions. And if certain assumptions do not hold, or certain projections do not hold, I think it's unfair to say to someone, tell me what the temperature is going to be in December 2025. Historical data might tell me it'll be a warm day in Cape Town. But I'm not sure we could sit here today and say, well, it better be 1.4. I'm cautious not to find us making recommendations that are from the science of economics point of view, not necessarily fair. Honourable Bateman and then Molefe.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I think where I'm coming from is not so much about trying to say that they have to be 100% correct. What I'm saying is that we should know what we're going to do in the event that we underperform. And I'll say why. The reason is because we're already in such a precarious debt position. And so we actually do need to be thinking ahead about how do we handle a bad year. If 2025-26 turns out to be a disappointing year, and if you look at the global stage, it's not looking too encouraging, then we should be on the front foot in terms of our planning, and we should be encouraging the National Treasury to be doing the same thing. Because we might be, we know we're in trouble, but we may be in much worse trouble than we realize. The sooner we start planning for that, the better. We don't have the scope. I mean, if it was 10 years ago, we would say, oh, no problem, we're undershoot, we'll just borrow more. We don't have that sort of luxury anymore. So that's why we need to be thinking in terms of scenario planning and looking forward with a range of different projections. Of course, we all hope we outperform. And I think if the ANC were to listen to all the DA's proposals for economic growth, we would outperform. But so far, it's on very deaf ears. So excuse me getting political for a moment.
Let me park the politics for a bit. Let's talk the economics of the issue.
Actually, don't excuse me. I'm not apologetic. But I do think, just in terms of sound planning, we do need to be thinking about scenarios. And I don't think there's anything amiss with putting a recommendation in the report to that regard. But I submit that to the committee for your
Honourable Molefe.
Chair, I take your point, but I wish to respectfully, vehemently disagree. If you said to me that the temperature on the 21st of June in Soweto next year in 2026 will be 35 degrees on the 21st of June, you can't then turn around and say, it was just a projection. It won't be 35 degrees. It hasn't been for the last 10 years. It hasn't been for the last 100 years. So the projections must have a semblance of reality. And you should get very worried, Chair, when somebody projects on a matter as serious as this one, on the national budget projection of revenue, growth of 1.9%, and then they revise it to 1.4% within 30 days. Question is, was that projection credible in the first place? It's huge. 0.5% of GDP growth is a huge number. And so the question is, the issue is, do we trust what we are being given? I'm not saying they shouldn't project, and I agree that projections are just estimates. But estimates must be informed estimates. And estimates, when you miss an estimate, like when you're in a shooting range and you're trying to shoot for the target, I mean, when you're shooting wildly and you're even off the board, it's a problem. But when you're estimating and you're missing the target by a few millimeters or by a few centimeters, not by a kilometer, 1.9 to 1.4 in 1 month is 30 kilometers. It's a wild, the 1.9 was a wild guess, especially given that other economists and other professionals and the public participation process, all of them, 49 out of 51, 49 out of 51, well, in the process in SCOF, did not agree. Only 2 agreed with Treasury projections. And when the whole world disagrees with you, and you insist, and then you turn around and say, it's just a projection. That's not right, Chair. You're playing with people's lives because that projection informs the revenue number. The revenue number to the cent. And that revenue number is what we base the whole budget on. But if that is not credible, if you're telling us that it's going to be 35 degrees in Soweto on the 21st of July, and then you base all our planning that we're going to give the military just loose vests to go into combat in Soweto on the 21st of July, basa apara. You're creating a big problem. I'm not disputing the nature of projections. I'm just saying that when you make projections in a professional environment such as this one, they have to have a semblance of reality. They must be grounded on reality, not just balancing the books.
I hear you, Honorable Molefe. I think it's... I'm not here to defend Treasury. I'm merely here to indicate... I hear what you're saying, that from 1.9 to 1.4 is like 30 kilometers of missing the target. I think the committee has expressed itself on the missed target consistently. I think the committee can express itself of the fact that it does have impact on revenue raising mechanisms. But I think if you had the same conversation with PBO, they make their own revenue projections, which they have also missed in the same analysis. If you dealt with the FFC, the same argument would hold. If you dealt with the SARB, you'd have different conversations.
No, all I was saying was to underline what you've just said, that this would be the consequences of missing the target.
Okay, fine.
This would be the consequences. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not saying that the target must be 100%. And I'm not saying that people do meet their targets 100%. But what are the consequences of missing the targets?
I hear you.
And then line to that, maybe you can add the probability from experience of missing the target.
I hear you. Honorable Galaga Mazibuko, then, but I see your hand here from the Secretariat. Do you want to say something, Mashile?
Yeah, perhaps I'll be taking it from what Honorable Mazibuko wanted to say. Maybe in order to infuse the thoughts that they've been brought forward in here, why don't we say just where I put the 3 dots to say that the committee further notes, because we come from the background that projection is just hypothetical. There are a number of factors that might also be there as a result of having mixed the projection. To say that the committee further notes that the projections are likely to influence the revenue collection or something like that, and therefore calls for comprehensive mitigatory plans in the event there are a number of things. Just sentence in that line to say that we must have a plan to say that to mitigate the effects, the adverse effects of having missed the projections.
Okay, let me put that note. I just do want to say again theoretically that you can wake up today with a projection of 1.5%. I can assure you, when President Trump wakes up in the morning tomorrow, that assumption is grossly wrong. As night follows day, that's the world we live in today. So I think we need to recognize that we are flying a plane through turbulent waters. And I could say to somebody, I'm going to leave Cape Town to arrive in Johannesburg in 2 hours. But along the way, And the world we live in today, economically, is one filled with turbulent waters. I may find myself starting first in Bloemfontein before I land in Johannesburg. I'm merely just trying to allude to the fact that the point that Honorable Molefe is giving, I think we've settled the projections question. I think the point about what then do you do in mitigation, both in failure and success, must be accounted for. Agar Molefe. Honorable Gallagher Mazelbugo, and then I'll get there.
No, Chair, I think I'm partly covered by what Mashile and your summary. Because I'm saying we can't argue what... Oh, sorry. I'm saying I'm partly covered because we can't argue what the Treasury has projected here because we can't change it. But what we can say is to put the mitigating circumstances, as you say. And I think the last sentence there almost covered where we're saying the greatest limitation within geopolitical climate of instability requires policy certainty, infrastructure building, and focus on growth. And then we add what the mitigating circumstances that you have said there. So yeah.
And strategic thinking and planning around mitigating.
Yeah.
And let's not lose track, honorable members. It is why the law envisaged a medium-term budget policy statement. You start this year, 6 months down the line, you have an opportunity to make the appropriate adjustments. This will come in October. So let's not also lose that in response to this issue. So you can also make the point to say that, and then given growth projections, the minister must be able to, in response in the medium-term budget statement, make the appropriate adjustments, compensation for either achieving or underachieving on GDP growth. Honourable Bateman.
Chair, just to point out that the Liberation Day tariffs were announced on April the 2nd, which was between the budgets that we had. So that may have been a factor that affected the growth forecasts.
And many others. I mean, the strikes yesterday in Iran are going to have a different set of consequences. So the point is, and I think that point about geopolitical instability speaks to an uncertain climate. So maybe Nale Remolefe will finish whether the temperature in Soweto next year will be why. But I think...
There were no liberation tariffs for the last 10 years. And we constantly missed the target.
Sure.
But anyway.
Sure. I think the point mustn't be lost. That, I mean, it's not only a matter of tariffs. Today we'll have to sit and adjust the health budget thanks to a president who decided just to simply withdraw funding to the health budget. You see? Thanks to the eradication of US aid plus PEPFAR. So all of these issues are just trying to cook a perfect stew. So let us, Mashila, I think the point that is made there is helpful. And I think we mustn't lose Honorable Molefe's point that says that in part, in dealing with adjustments in the medium-term budget policy statement as it pertains to whether targets are achieved or not achieved. Because if Treasury come back and said we got 2%, thanks to the fact that now the world needs coal, and we have coal, and the rest of the world is shut out, we could have a windfall effect as we had post-COVID. And that raised GDP growth a little bit higher per quarter. It's just that our ports were so useless we couldn't maximize it. Sideline issue. Wait, for Ramolefe.
Perhaps, Chair, going forward, one day when we are mature, not for this budget, maybe not even for next year, the correct way of doing things is to say that this is the target. And this is the worst case scenario possibility. And this is the best case scenario. And we are in the middle. And then you say, if the worst case scenario materializes, what will the budget look like? And if the best case scenario materializes, what will the budget look like? But then we are here for now. So maybe that is how in future we should consider doing things and saying that give us your, it's called
High road, low road.
yeah, stress testing, or it's risk management actually, because you say what is the worst thing that can happen, and then you make plans based on the worst that can happen, so that if it does happen, you've at least thought about it. You've at least, at the moment, we have not thought about what will happen if growth comes in at 0.1%. What will happen to the budget? Nobody knows.
No, I hear you, and that's why when you vote for. I will give you an option so that it's a referendum on the leadership of the day. That point is an electoral question. It is not a budgeting question. Let's keep going, honourable members. Honourable Bateman, unless it's on the same point, I'd like to move on.
Just that I'm sure the nation is really grateful that MK is not running the economy, because otherwise we'd be going the same way as ESCOM. Thank you.
I gave you license and you abused it. That's the last one for today.
Oh, we must be grateful that the rater is not running the South African.
The committee is encouraged by. Let's move on to that point, please, Mashile. Now we are on page 43, and the points about the PBO. Keep going. We get to 10.6. Is there? Sorry, Mashile, you must just. I'm reading 3 documents just about. Okay. Well, now we are on page. Yes, Honourable Bateman.
Just a small edit
on a new point.
No, just a small edit
politics.
on point halfway through paragraph 10.5. However, the committee is concerned that I think I was just a bit confused by what was maybe I'm misunderstanding the point here, but I was going to suggest that should be, however, the committee is concerned that the national debt continues to exceed national treasury's projections, perhaps, if that was what was being said, or are we talking about that economic growth continues to underperform national treasury's projections? It's midway through 10.5. The sentence starts with the word however. The committee is concerned that. 10.5. I heard 10.6. Did I mishear?
Just hold on, Honourable Kalega Mazibuko. I'm just trying to.
So we seem to be talking about debt. So I think.
Look,
I think that's what I'm suggesting. We should just say that concerned that the national debt continues to exceed national treasury's projections.
Yeah, that's all.
what we're trying to say.
That is all we are trying to say, because the truth of the matter is that the point we're trying to make there is that there's been a historical creep of where debt to GDP will peak. To a different argument, someone says, well, debt to GDP will peak at 75. If you look at version 1, version 2, version 3, and I know we're not discussing those, but there's a creep upwards of debt to GDP ratios. And therefore, this is a significant concern, because if we are saying this year, debt to GDP will peak at 77%, next year, if the Minister of Finance says debt to GDP will peak at 80%, then it isn't really a peak, really. It's just a thumbsuck. That I think is the point we're trying to capture there. Honorable Gallagher Mazibugo, and then let's go. Mashila, are you taking notes?
Now it's fine, Chair. I was saying that is, to me, is addressing Honorable Molife's concern. That sentence is actually saying what he said before. However, the committee is concerned that National Treasury continues to miss, the projection, either under or over projecting. I think that's what Molife's concern was. So it is also addressed there. That's what I wanted to say.
Can I suggest for project is that missing its ceiling projections? That's my issue. The issue is that you can't say things are going to peak here and then in the medium term adjust and say they're going to peak there, because all it's saying to me is that actually there's something inherently wrong with your debt management strategy. And all it's saying to me also is that if you can't tell me that your debt to GDP will peak here, you are also indicating the fact that debt as an instrument can crowd out the rest of your other expenditure framework. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, I actually wanted to talk about 10.3, but since we are here, I can start here. The problem in South Africa is not the debt to GDP ratio. Our debt to GDP compared to other countries is actually not high, even at 76% and so on. In the 70s, it's not high. There are countries whose debt to GDP ratio goes over 100%. Our problem is debt service costs.
Sure.
That is where the debt hits the budget, debt service costs. And our debt service costs relative to our debt to GDP are high. And that is a management problem, the management of debt service costs, not the actual levels of the debt. So, yeah, we suggest that should come out. That I think this focus on debt to GDP is actually a wrong focus. It's barking at the wrong tree. The real issue is
debt service
costs. But the point that I wanted to make actually originally is on 10.3. Where we talk about the horizontal split, which is funds are allocated to national government, provincial government, and local government. The Treasury has made additional allocations outside of the provincial equitable share formula. And that is done without any justification for its determination. And these allocations, some provinces get them, some provinces don't get them. And this distorts the provincial allocation formula as agreed to. And as, as agreed to with the FFC and Parliament and so on. So what happens there is that there is this formula that's supposed to allocate and make sure that everything, we know where what is going. But then there is this funds that the Treasury puts aside and allocates to provinces without telling anyone, without being transparent about on what basis, without justification, and also without indicating why these monies are allocated to some provinces and why they are not being allocated to others. I think this must be raised as a concern because it distorts the division of revenue formula.
I mean, there are very stringent provisions that goes into the equitable share. And the equitable share, it's as a formula, I mean, we can debate whether it must be reviewed or not. But what I'm unclear is which of the additional funds you are making reference to. And I'd like to get that sense because it's in the report. Okay. So where can we make that point there? Because you mean are you referring to that 10.2 issue, 10.3 issue?
No, the issue that I'm raising that there are additional allocations is picked up in the report, in the body of the report, that there were some allocations that were made without justification. I don't know if you've seen it.
Can you do that so that Rebale moho? But now we are having multiple discussions. Can we just finish the point and 10.6 and then we'll come back to this one? Because just put it there in 10. We were finishing that point above about debt to GDP and debt servicing costs. I think just to clarify the point that the main concern is the under projection of the ceiling as it pertains to debt to GDP, coupled with the fact that this has the adverse effect of debt servicing costs crowding out other expenditure. Mashila Wangutlu.
Yes.
I was merely saying we are finishing 10.6. That the debt to GDP ratio under projections has the adverse effects of debt servicing costs crowding out other line items or other expenditure items in the budget. That is the point that we must park it at, because that's all we are saying. Honorable, but we can't go from 10.6 to 10.5 to 10.3. Okay, 10.5, okay. Thanks, Honorable Wakelin. Honorable Bateman.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Honourable Molefe asserted that our debt to GDP ratio is not a problem when compared to developed nations. And that if we somehow managed our debt expense better, we could get lower interest rates. But we don't have that level of control over our interest rates. And the interest rates are given to us by the market. What we can control is our inflation targeting. So we could have lower interest rates if we had a lower expected rate of inflation, which would be something that could be looked at by the Reserve Bank and Treasury together. I know that that's under discussion. But what's added to that expectation of inflation is the risk premium of our debt. And that we take from the market. There's only so much that we can do. The best thing that we can do to bring that risk premium down is to become less risky politically in terms of our political stability and in terms of the protection of property rights and in terms of sound macroeconomic policy and well-disciplined government expenditure. If we do our job right, then the risk premium attached to South African debt will go down and the interest rates will come down. But for Mr. Molefe to say that our debt to GDP ratio is not a problem is not correct. We have to refinance or repay 94% of our debt within the next 7 years. It's going to come up for renewal. And if we don't manage our debt well, we will default on our debt, and with all the implications of that. So I do just want to challenge the statement that he's making. And I also want to appeal, in the end of the day, MK is not going to vote for this report anyway. We need to get this report approved. We need to make our observations, we need to make our recommendations, and we need to move forwards. And Mr. Molefe is scoring political point after political point here. Well, that's what he's trying to do. And it's actually just going to slow us down. We're going to be here till midnight trying to get these things complete.
I hear you. I think we're trying to find, because I think we mustn't lose track of, and I don't want to get into a macroeconomics argument about whether the ratios, because I think if I heard the point correctly, Honorable Bateman, was that you can have a debt to GDP ratio higher than 100% if your capability is on debt servicing costs. So the actual contradictory point is that if you have an accelerated GDP growth that is higher than 5% or 6%, then actually your debt to GDP effectively, in and of itself, becomes a different problem to manage because you can service your debts. If you were a household, you can have a bond that is higher than your annual salary, right? Because that's in simple economics. But let's not argue this point. This point is nebulous, it's sideline. The point is about debt servicing costs and their ability to crowd out other expenditure. And I think the report covers that. Then we can move from there. Honorable Molefe.
No, Chair, I heard Mr. Bateman say that the problem of debt service cost is interest rates. It's not. Honorable Bateman. It's a tactical management of the debt service costs. The tactical management is how you manage your debt, how you manage your yield curve, how you manage your maturities
Honourable
and
members,
duration.
I'm going to rule on this issue. I think we're debating a point here that's we can have a macroeconomics symposium on this issue. It is not material to this report. It doesn't speak to, we have captured the point about debt servicing costs. I'd like to move that we move from this point. I think we've covered the debt servicing costs to your point, Honourable Molefe.
Okay, no,
That's
let's
been
leave it.
covered.
It's just that Bateman made a very pedestrian
Honourable
comments.
Moale.
Chairperson, it ngayenza point about this the report.
There?
Kodwa ayingathi uma yenza point bisithi MK ngeke ivotele le report as if akufanele utsibe la. Sila ngoba sivotelwe.
No ngukuzwile.
And sila ngoba funa so participate ngoba sinabantu esibamele.
No ngukuzwile
Abathi mebenza ama points wabo bawenze bangayifaki indaba ukuthi sizothatha iphi position about this report, because you are equally have rights to be here and participate.
And I think the point simply is that members are allowed to participate, the speed, whatever the case might be, is the political posture of the party. But my job is to make sure we get through the processes we've laid out, and I would recommend that we keep moving. The political point scoring can happen tomorrow in the House when members make the political points on the actual report. Simply all I try and make. Let's move, honourable members, please. Let's get Emashile, let's get to 10.7. Honourable Waitlin, I will recognize you in a moment. And unless you want us to go back.
Chair, you're on 10.6 now.
Yes?
Not 10.7.
Okay, sorry,
10.6.
You are a good scorekeeper. 10.6.
Yeah, because
yes.
because I want to submit a additional recommendation.
Yes. You can make it now?
Thank you, Chair. I think the matter around 10.6 revolves around a lot around local government and municipalities and how they're managed. And we know, and we all agree on the matter of the white paper to come first before we will look at equitable shares to be redefined. And we want to help local government, but obviously the white paper must still first come. There's just an additional recommendation I would like to put in at the end, if I might continue. Chair, what I want to say is the following, that the committee furthermore supports that the equitable share formula should apply penalties for fiscal capacity with regards to expenditure linked to audit outcomes and UIFWs, and that National Treasury should report back to SCOBO with a report proposal in this regard. It relates back to my original point I've made previously in the committee on the scheduling, and we have moved since then and say, fine, let us agree at least that National Treasury would come back with a penalty development on particularly around AG order outcomes and UIFWs. And I think that's important that we get that report from them. And once we have that report, we can look at where it takes us. Because yes, the short end, we need to start keep people accountable for misappropriation, for corruption, for mismanagement funds of the taxpayer. If we're not going to do this in this committee, we are losing the reason why we're here. Chair.
I hear you, and I think as part of the review of the equitable share formula, perhaps the committee can make input to say what punitive measures are then put in place in withholding of funds where there's misuse of funds. But it sits within the review of the equitable share formula. It doesn't sit. So in essence, and I mean, there are other notes that Treasury have to withhold funds. That they do or don't do is a different debate. But I would think that because the review is undergoing at the moment, so there is a review of the white paper, there's been a review, a call for the review. So maybe the point to make, Sfiso, is to include that an urgent review of the equitable share formula and inputs be made regarding the punitive measures where there's mismanagement of funds.
I hear the point, Chairperson, but the problem that I will have with that point is that, as we have heard since in our engagement with like the FFC and the other stakeholders, the problem is you can't punish like departments for wrong past behavior. But secondly, the Auditor General it's there for a reason, and the Public Audit Act is there for a reason to say where there is an issue of illegal use of public funds, how those funds can be recovered if it is found that maybe the accounting officers didn't do their work through the issuing of the debt certificate. I don't know what is it exactly that we will try to do anew here, different from what is provided now in law.
I mean, all you see, it's about in many ways empowering what National Treasury can do as part of its inputs in that review of the equitable share formula. There are other legislative measures that give Treasury the right to withhold funds. Those exist. But you can't keep throwing money after bad where there's clear and deliberate evidence of people misusing funds. Do you follow the question? So what I think the committee is trying to give expression to is perhaps, in part, there is an issue about the equitable share formula, but I think it's also to make it simpler so that we're not catching ourselves in legalese, is to say Treasury must exercise all mechanisms that are available to it to withhold funds where municipalities are mismanaging funds. Would that not be a fair point? Then I would leave it at that.
I agree with that.
It's as simple as that. Where municipalities are misusing funds, then there must be a withholding of those funds, consistent with laws that govern that. So, Honourable Mkonto, then Honourable Bateman.
Chair, if we push for National Treasury to withhold funds, whom exactly are we punishing? Are we punishing those who are having fiduciary responsibilities in the municipalities, or are we punishing the ordinary people on the ground who are looking at these funds for service delivery? And where does the Section 139 of the Constitution then comes in? The Section 100 and the Section 139, because according to the Constitution, there are intervention measures that have to be undergone before such a drastic step is being taken. Are we taking all those facts into consideration? Because, Chair, most of the municipalities that don't have a capacity to manage funds are the municipalities in the rural areas. They don't have, they can't afford to hire qualified people as CFOs and so forth. Then, instead of capacity building, are we saying now we are taking this drastic step? We are not going to. We are going to withhold funds, even without looking at any other step that can assist the municipalities. Thank you.
Honourable Bateman, then Honourable Mwale.
Thanks, Chair. Just to make the point that we would be approaching this from the perspective of the constitutional term fiscal capacity. And in DORA, currently fiscal capacity is interpreted as the ability to raise revenue. So we see in the discussion paper that provinces have very limited fiscal capacity, meaning that they don't raise much revenue. Local governments have more fiscal capacity in it, but it varies. Some have more, some have less, depending on their ability to charge for services and recover rates and taxes. But there's another aspect of fiscal capacity, which is the ability to spend well and get good results and good effects for expenditure. And so this is really an attempt to try and get some kind of scoring system included in the equitable share formula that shows that those municipalities which use money well are awarded, and that provides an incentive then for those municipalities that are not doing so well with financial management to improve their game. And also it's something that can be brought to the attention of residents so that they can make sure that municipal officials who are not doing their job right and administrations which are not doing their job right are removed. And it'll also cause there to be pressure on political parties to put more competent people in forward for the roles of councillors in local municipalities and other provincial leadership who are able to do the job that's required of them. And also I think it would give us a sense of peace in our own minds that we're not just throwing good money after bad. I mean, we are responsible for this money that's going to these municipalities, and if it is being mismanaged, that's partly our responsibility. So we must do what we can to improve the management of local government and provinces.
I do think, honourable members, let's. In fact, let me take Honourable Mwali, and then I'd like to bring this to a bit of a close. I've seen your hand, Honourable.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. You know, all the time, Chair, the mismanagement, it boils down to the people who are supposed to be getting services. And those are the people primarily who are affected by this whole thing. But the mismanagement is not from the public. It is the public representatives that are working or that are servicing the municipalities that are mismanaging the funds. But we hit the wrong hand because we push for funds to be withheld against the municipalities so that the people won't get services. Whereas already people are not getting the services as we speak. And then we're pushing for more stringent proposals to say they must be, we must see National Treasury withholding more funds from the municipalities, whereas our people will never get or will not get the services. Why? It is because of the people who are supposed, who hold the fiduciary duty, as the honourable member was saying, who are mismanaging the funds. Why can't we deal with those who are responsible with the funds, which in this case is accounting officers, who are responsible for the funds that we allocate or that are appropriated to the municipalities? Why can't you deal with them then to take stringent matters that would affect the general public that already are not getting the funds, are not getting the services from these municipalities? We get entities coming to Scopa every week explaining how much they are misusing the funds. Every week, and entities coming in front of this parliament and saying, we're misusing this money, we're misusing these reports and after reports of misuse of funds. And we are saying, okay, as a corrective measure, National Treasury must withhold the funds. But who gets affected? It's our people.
I hear you, Honourable Member. Honourable Skete, and that's the last person. Honourable Siate, I want to try and wrap this discussion because otherwise it goes to the heart of some of the discussions we are having. And I'd like to depart from what Honourable Mkonto was saying. That, you know, some of these discussions can become chicken and egg. If you have a municipal manager who's not great and you keep giving them money, but the money isn't getting to the residents, I would argue the case that the original sin is the fact that you've got an incompetent municipal manager, right? So before even Treasury does anything, you could have a problem. I think the point we're trying to make is you can't not ever effect accountability measures to people who are harming citizens. That is the point. The other point to make is that as part of the provincial equitable share formula, this input must be put on the table. Perhaps maybe it must be de-linked between the two things. So the equitable shares formula also looked at indigent households who really cannot be penalized for this issue. So what I would rather do is don't link the two issues. We must take Auditor General reports seriously, make inputs that say what is the formula, what is the allocation that goes to that municipality, and hold them accountable when they fail to do so, as per the conversation we had with COCTA. Because when the Minister of COCTA came to report, there was this question about interventions that are put, and it's put forward up in our report. But let me, before we wrap this up, Honorable Skete, and then we'll go.
No, Nkosi Hlalo, I think you have covered me. I don't want actually to participate in this because I was 16 years in local government.
Yes.
So I can answer a lot of issues. You see, I was also the chairperson of SALGA. There is this notion that local government is the bad. Let me make an example. The Auditor General at the municipality where I was, a mayor. The Auditor General, there was a transformer which didn't work anymore, and only one company in South Africa is doing that. But what the Auditor General did, come to the municipality and we buy the transformer from that company. The Auditor General says to the municipality, you should have advertised it internationally. And we think of the people now because they won't have electricity and even won't have even water. But the Auditor General feels that the municipality didn't act correct because they should have advertised outside of the country. It should have taken 30 days. And we think now of 5 days that thing will be in Appington, and then within 7 days, the people will have electricity and water. So that is the challenge. Sometimes the Auditor General are also very strict in their issues, and they made as if some of the municipalities are bad because of their judgment. But mine, Chair, is that let's keep 106 like that. And that input which was added there, and then maybe continuation, because we are going to argue.
Exactly.
Yeah, for the whole day. That is my proposal, Chair.
That proposal is noted. Honorable Mkhonto and then Honorable Wakeling. And then we are wrapping it up.
Thanks. From what you have presented, Chair, and other colleagues, I will then recommend that, because we generally agree that those responsible for the mismanagement and the maladministration of funds must be punished. We all agree. But then maybe we can look at it the other way to say, maybe the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa must be given powers to initiate processes towards prosecution of those that are responsible for finance mismanagement at local government level. Thank you.
May I just reaffirm, Honorable Mkhonto, that that amendment has been done to the act that governs the Auditor General. In fact, they've just been given new powers to issue new notes to deal with municipalities that are found to be mismanaging funds. So that note has been put on the table, at least as things stand at the moment. Honorable Wakeling.
Thank you, Chair. As harsh as what it sounds, this is what we're dealing with. And that's the point I was trying to make, is to say that this committee must have some teeth. If we're not going to have teeth and make a plan, this is the results you've seen. Let me give you some examples. I spoke about Regulation 36. Now, to my honourable member on the side, I spent 26 years in local government. So I come from that. That is my playing field. I come from a metro with over 2,000 forensic reports, which I cannot finalize because people are taken to account. That is my concern. And I'm only talking about one metro. Let me give you another example. We had Johannesburg here the other day. Their increase of unauthorized expenditure from 4 billion to almost 9 billion in 1 year. Emergency repairs from 89 to 528 million. And this has been going on for years, Chair. That's the concern. It's not something that we are dealing with now. This matter has been going on for years, for decades. And it doesn't seem to end. It is as if everybody has got their own fiefdom and do as they wish. So at the end, if there are, and they are available, any policy, any regulation that keeps people accountable, let it bring to the table. Let us work through that and see why those are not happening. And I hear you, Chair, and I hear you, that the people are going to suffer if we make this decision. The fact of the matter is, it's possibly then when city managers and municipal managers will start realizing the seriousness of this business. It cannot be that we're going to, in perpetuity, forever, just accept it. Somewhere along the line, we need to take the Auditor General serious. And I think that's half the problem, that nobody takes them serious. And it has to come to an end. And this appropriation committee is a very good starting point to come with some solution that we can, in 4 years from now, look back and say, we had an impact.
Correct.
Thank you, Chair.
And I think, Honourable Waitlin, the sentiment you are sharing is certainly one that we feel. What we cannot do is write laws as we go. All I'm simply trying to allude to is the fact that the point that is made in that paragraph says all available legislation must be used to exercise punitive and consequence management on municipalities that are mismanaging funds. The Minister of Cooperative Governance, we had this conversation when they were online, is to say, which is the point that was so eloquently made by Honorable Lekhanyan, that we cannot deal with distressed municipalities in perpetuity. And it's not just distressed municipalities. It's to your point that you make about the fact that there are municipalities that have created funding processes of wasteful and fruitless expenditure, which are accounted for by the Auditor General. So maybe the recommendation must be in conjunction also with the Auditor General and the multiple institutions that deal with the funding challenge, with this issue of funding municipalities that are mismanaging their funds. Funds, I agree with you when you say funds must be withdrawn. But there are institutions that have the powers to do so. Treasury does. I was in Kabeja, I know this issue all too well when they withdrew certain funding. So therefore, those consequence management tools must be applied, and as part of Treasury's report, they must be able to, in conjunction with COGTA, demonstrate where those have been affected. Because when a municipality collapses and there's no consequence, in some ways, we can't sit here and watch that, especially from a financial point of view. Correct? So that point is made. I just don't want us to make recommendations that are unfulfillable. There is a review on the provincial equitable share. There is a review on the issue of how we deal with the necessary legislation that says how do funds become withdrawn and consequence managers be affected on municipalities that are mismanaging funds. That those laws are there. That they are not applied is something that we need to put on the table. How? That's a textual question. Honourable Talega Mazibu.
Chair, I want us also to reflect on the ongoing effective monitoring and evaluation system. Because if we don't strengthen that part, we will always be reactive instead of being proactive. So I think there has to be an expression there of a proper monitoring and evaluation, ongoing, not at the end of the financial year.
Sure. Perhaps maybe the committee calls for urgency in the review of the 1998 white paper, along with the Mashile, with the equitable share formula. That equally so, consequence management must be effected on municipalities that, as per the Auditor General report, demonstrate mismanagement of funds. That all necessary legislation and provisions be effected and a report be tabled to this particular committee as to the interventions that are put forward in dealing with mismanagement of funds. Just hold on.
I just want to say something. Just as much as we want to make more recommendations, but we must not lose focus. We are dealing with a specific bill, which is the Division of Revenue bill. We might have to find time and deal with many other issues that we want, but we must remain focused.
Keep in mind that I want for when the next tabling of the budget, for someone to give me a report from Treasury to tell me that what interventions are they putting in place to deal with those who are mismanaging funds. So I don't disagree with your point, but this issue of mismanagement of funds is certainly not one that we can leave it lying. Mashile?
Yeah, I think I lost you. I just heard that we should add along with the equitable share formula, and then what is the rest?
The review has been done, and that
the
consequence management must be effected on municipalities that are mismanaging, that show, as per Auditor General report.
Chair, you just.
I will send it to
Yeah,
you.
please, yes.
Honorable Molefe and then Honorable Wakelin.
Chair, I don't know if I'll be out of order, but I wanted to go back to that point.
You are out of order for now. I'll return
All right.
to that. Thank you.
Chair, I hear you, and I hear that you're taking a stance, and I'm happy for you taking a position on this matter. And we're possibly going to ventilate this even more at appropriation. But let me just clarify, this is a DORA matter. Because at the end of the day, it's got to do with the distribution of revenue. And I hear you, and whatever you submit, I'll have a look at that. It's fine. However, can I just request, as part of the conversation going forward, when we do this again, that any significant moves done by AG and National Treasury on these delinquent municipalities become part of the submission before we develop a budget?
Okay.
So that we can see if they are serious.
There is a recommendation further down that the committee must be briefed ahead of time on budget items going further in there. That could be a submission. And what I would suggest is, as a committee, we've met once with the Auditor General. To Sfiso's point, let us invite the Auditor General so that we can deal with what interventions are put in place when there's financial mismanagement. But that is not for the purpose of the report. I'm just making that recommendation. Let me go back to the point you raised, Honorable Molefe. I read the bits that you were raising, that perhaps, are you wanting to make just a bold point that says greater transparency must be, as per FFC recommendation, be given to the Appropriations Committee on how allocation of funding, or what these funds, on what basis Treasury is done? Because I can't answer that question for you.
So I was saying we should raise it we should lift it as a concern from the FFC report. It says that the Treasury makes some allocations outside the formula and the equitable share formula, and this distorts what actually goes there. And they are actually quite graphic and say that some of these allocations are allocated to certain provinces only, and with others, while others are distributed equally. So this distorts the formula and defeats the purpose of the formula.
Yeah. I think the point is to say, so that we don't delve extensively on this issue, because we can't respond for the FFC or Treasury, to say, as the FFC notes in its submission, that greater transparency must be given to the committee on the allocation of the funds that are as a finding. Yeah, it is in the thing.
I was going to say, I agree with you, but for the reader, we must also put in a little bit of context.
Okay. All right. So now we are on the point that we were, that's Mashile, can we finish that 10.6 textually so that we can move from it? I think the point that has been covered there, and I think Honorable Wakelin and because we've got to keep going, the point to make is to use the legislative tools available to ensure accountability and consequence management where municipalities mismanage funds. Full stop. Let's move. Why did you go here at ChatGPT? This one. Or kanjani Honorable Mkhonto? Kunzima. Okay. There it is there.
The committee calls for agency in the review of. The committee calls for agency in the review of on the 1999 white paper on local government, along with
It's
equitable.
1998, just as a point.
1998, right, 1998. Along with the equitable share formula, the reviews being done and to use the legislative tool available when municipalities mismanage public funds.
In order to effect consequence management, because at this point in time, municipalities and municipal managers do as they please and don't have consequences. To effect consequences on municipalities that mismanage funds. And what we will do is ask the Auditor General, before the processing of the next Division of Revenue bill, to bring the submission as to what has been done to municipalities that have not worked, as we've done with COCTA. Yes, Honorable Mlev.
I think where Treasury is concerned, we can ask them to develop a strategy to deal with this increasing number of municipalities who are in financial distress. So they must at least show us their strategy.
When municipalities.
No, we did engage this particular issue with COCTA, as it were. Now we move to 10.7, Honorable Members.
I will have to come back to this.
Ari Amashi. Rebuela umrago yana. Ari.
But he says we must go to 10.7.
Okay.
Chair, I just wanted us to round off this matter. Right.
Sorry, Chair.
The review's been done and to use legislative measures available when municipalities.
Honorable, guys, you are having your own meeting that side. Please, can we finalize one issue at a time? Otherwise, we're having multiple conversations here. Honorable Bateman?
Honourable Chair, could we perhaps just say, including consideration after equitable share formula, could we perhaps say, including the consideration of audit outcomes as a possible input?
Okay, fair enough. I'm not. That is a simple point. Honorable Mkhonto?
We're at 10.7, Chair.
We'll get to 10.7 in a moment.
Okay. I want to reread this same, including the considerations of the audit outcomes
As a possible input.
as a possible input. Right?
Yeah, that is fine.
Then we close it there.
Right. Okay. 10.7. Honorable Mkhonto. Yes.
It's the matter of utilizing all legislative.
And yeah, I think it's. Okay. Yes, there you go. And the use of all legislative tools available to hold municipalities account. See, the difficulty here, honourable members, is that you can't do a read and write shop. What's that? A workshop. Otherwise, we'll play with language all day. Okay, Honourable Mkhonto, I've suppressed you enough.
Okay, Chair, almost at the end of the first paragraph of 10.7, it comes back again. The committee would like to emphasize that National Treasury must take drastic steps where there is evidence of this malpractice, including withholding the equitable share payments and ensure that municipal workers are paid and their contributions are paid to the relevant statutory bodies and report to Parliament. I don't know how can we put it in a way that the withholding is for the benefit of the workers. And then, furthermore, the committee would like to emphasize that any interventions, and then it says logical government. I think bebafuna ukuthi local government.
I think it responds to the point that you are correct, Honourable Member. It's just that we've got to compel municipalities not to use funds that were designed for people's pensions on other matters. That's all this is saying. Honourable Khanyan.
Chair, thank you so much. I think still on that point of withholding funds, when funds are withheld, it is not the municipal administration that suffers, but the community for which those funds were intended. So there need to be a way there in which communities can continue to get services. You know, it's like when one province is underperforming in the delivery of houses, you take the money from province B and reallocate it to province Y because province Y is performing. But at the end of the day, it's not the MEC or the HOD of housing in that province who feels the pinch. Ordinary people who are very innocent, who have been marginalized for so long, are the ones who find themselves at the receiving end. So I would want to suggest that we find a way in which we can phrase the sentence for people to continue receiving services. If it's possible for National Treasury to exercise that function or to delegate a provincial department, treasury in a province or a district, I think there must be a mechanism in which those communities can be better off than to condemn them worse into difficulties. Thank you, Chair.
I mean, I think it can be covered broadly under the theme that says all interventions must be taken cognizant that you cannot disrupt services being delivered to citizens, because that is the point in many ways, that you don't disrupt service delivery, but you also don't enhance the idea that people can. And I mean, what we're trying to do, which is always the hard work, is to do both and rather than either or in some of these things. But the point is, you've got to keep services going, but where there's maladministration and allocating funds where they should not be going, action must be taken. Right. You can keep going, Mashile. Now, my side, I'm on page 48. I can say we're now go page ma. Okay, now we are on page 47. Okay. Honorable members, let's move to page 48. Okay, page 49, just. Now we hit page 50. Those then being the findings, we move to the point about recommendations. I know members would like to go home, but I know some of us need bathroom, what, tea, coffee. Can I offer a proposal to say if we can take a 5-minute break, if members want to get tea or coffee, and then we know we have the last 45 minutes to finish the recommendations. Is that agreeable? Honorable Khanya.
Chair, I also wanted to suggest that there are inputs that honorable members have made on the observations, which are consequential on the recommendations. And we don't have to come back and repeat them.
Yes.
Yes. Remember this report, when it came here, it came as a draft.
Yes.
And when observations were made, there were modifications which members made. So those modifications must also fall into the recommendations.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, Honorable Khanyan, if we take 5 minutes so that the team can take whatever was in some of the observations, they can put them so that we can come and then drive the train home, because we will be at recommendations. Is that all right? Honorable members, we will now break. It's 15:15. If we could be back at 15:25, that's 10 minutes. Sfiso. Mashile, let me come and sit there with you so that we clean out what needs to be cleaned out. from 11.1, starting on page 50 in the presentation you have. Are there any additional recommendations from any edits, not additional ones, edits? Honorable Molefe, then Honorable Wakelin. Honorable Molefe.
Yeah, Chair, in terms of, in relation to recommendation number 2, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I've noted that the budget for employment, employment creation, is only for this year, and then there's nothing budgeted for the outer years. I don't know if you've noticed that.
The item for? You mean the
Employment
presidential
programs. Employment programs. There's a table there.
You mean the PAI, the PEI, the Presidential Employment Initiative?
Yeah, but on this table it just says employment programs.
In which vote?
I'll get it just now, Chair. Okay, let's pack it. Let me look
As a
for it.
brief, Honorable Member. Honorable Wakelin.
Chair, recommendation 1 that we requested early on in the review was the matter of the equitable, the comprehensive spending review. Can I read it to you? Let me see if we capture it as a recommendation. Is the comprehensive spending review should systematically be applied to national departments, province, municipalities, and all public entities to eliminate as far as practical waste, duplication, and inefficiency.
That's fine.
11 point.
That's not there yet.
It's not there.
We're adding.
If you are happy with then 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, we can make that, if you like, Honorable Member, can I suggest we put that as 11.11? Mashile, you got that? It's the last one. Put it there, 11.11. 11.11. Yes, put it there. Yes, Honorable.
I found it.
Yes, Honorable Molefe.
Table 1 on page 4 or 5.
Yes.
It says the employment programs 4.5 billion for this year, I think. And then there's nothing for 26, 27, 27, 28.
You said page 1, Honorable Member?
Around page 5, 4 or 5.
Page 5 on my iPad.
Table 1.
Yeah, but these are line items in various votes.
Yes. So it says there's 4.5 billion budgeted for employment programs. And then there's nothing for the outer years.
Oh, I see.
Now, that is concerning, Chair, because 4.5 billion is a lot of money. And it just means that whoever is going to be employed in those employment programs is going to be thrown in the street. Unless if I'm not reading it correctly.
I think it is the Presidential Employment Incentive
Yes.
Scheme.
Yes.
And it adjusts depending on where we go. But that item, Sfiso, can you look at that table? I am. Maybe we can get some assistance from some of the members from Treasury.
No,
Sfiso.
it's simple. The presidential employment initiatives, it's not meant to create permanent jobs, because that's where you hire the temporal teacher assistants and all that. So generally, it's like if you look at the COVID-19 of the social relief distress grant, whenever decision is taken to extend the program, that's
An
when
allocation.
money will follow. But if there is no decision to extend the program, that is why it's not budgeted for in the outer years, because it's not permanent in nature.
So am I correct to say that those people that will be getting 4.5 billion this year will be in the street next year?
I
Not
think,
really, not
Honorable
really.
Molefe, so that we don't delay this discussion further, that issue is, it's a bit like SRD. It's a bit like any other fund. Parliament has to agree on it, and off we move. It has to be a proposal every year. So that question is really not for here. It should legitimately go to the presidents.
No, Chair. All these amounts that are here in the outer years are proposals that come here every year. But at least there's an indication of what will be happening. Now, the indication in this instance is zero for employment programs.
Chair?
It's an incentive scheme, but I don't think we could really adjust for that now. I can't add additional figures onto it.
No,
for
I'm
argument's sake.
I'm not saying we should adjust it. I'm saying we are concerned.
No, but I think I disagree with you, Honourable Member. And at this point in time, I hear I mean, employment schemes vary all across government departments. This sits within a particular. A question can be fairly put: what will happen to the presidential employment scheme next year? Fair point, but I'm not sure it sits within this report. I think in the same way as any other incentive scheme, motivation has to be sought for it. Honourable Bateman.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a few things. I just note firstly in 11.7 refers to progress reports on the review of the white paper, but I think we need to actually stress that this needs to be delivered in line with our previous recommendation. I think it's due for delivery this year still, if I'm not mistaken. I think we should just recommend that.
So what's your recommendation? What is your ask?
The wording would be that the white paper on local government should be completed together with its recommendations on the equitable share calculations within this year.
And then what happens if it is not?
Well, then they won't have met our recommendation. But I think,
I
I think
do
we're
take
saying
your-
it needs to be done. You know, how long is it going to take before it's finished?
This is the difficulty in that this issue of the review of the white paper on local government has been going on for decades. This is not so to say by the end of this year, sure, is asking for something, but I'm nervous. I would rather that the word urgent be applied, and I would rather state that periodic updates must be sought from COCTA. But to put a timeline towards the end of it is genuinely putting, to say by the end of this year, for something that's been going on for 10 years.
It reminds me, Chair, if I may, of a little play that I remember when I was young, teenager, where somebody was saying they're urgently looking for the white papers. And eventually someone came along with a toilet roll and said, here's the white papers. It's becoming a little bit like that, sort of like a saying, because it just keeps on getting rolled from year to year and there's no progress. And I think we actually need some accountability on delivery here, because a lot is actually depending on it.
I mean,
Also, we're putting a lot of weight on it.
Sure.
As Parliament. So how about a little bit of accountability for at least a first draft to be delivered?
Fair. Musa?
Yeah, Chairperson, just to assist, in one of the engagements, I think with National Treasury and COCTA, they've already given us a date. They said it's March 2026. That's the
Make the recommendation then to state that it's March 2026. Honourable Bateman, you have your way.
Thank you, Chair. May I go on to some
No. One win is enough for today. Don't take more. Let me move. Honorable Wakelin, you were saying. I'll come back to you, Honorable Wakelin.
Chair, on 11.7, which talks to the local government white paper, then you've got 11.11, which looks at the financial sustainability of local government. I just want to ask that in 11.7, that after the point of provide quarterly progress report, and then include the two matters that we spoke about and agreed on, was that due to the urgency of the matter, along with the equity share formula, so it's the white paper that has to be delivered, along with the equity share formula, including the consideration of audit outcomes as a possible input and use of the legislative tools available to hold municipalities accountable.
Sure. It's been put there. We've had this.
I can send it off to copy and paste quickly, and then you can
Just send it through. Honorable Molefe.
Chair, I just want to register that I'm not happy with the way that we dealt with the employment issue. Unemployment is a big problem in South Africa at the moment. It's the single biggest humanitarian crisis that is confronting this country. To have a budget of 4.5 billion rand this year and nothing next year on a line item relating to the creation of employment should not be a small matter that we deal with flippantly and say that, they can do it, they can't do it, doesn't matter, the president can do it, and so on. I think that we need real answers because behind that 4.5 billion rand are real people who are, unless my understanding is wrong, who will be thrown into the street because the 4.5 billion is not there. And when the matter came to us, all we said was, well, they can do it or they don't do it, it doesn't really matter. I don't think it's a correct approach, Chair. I think we should review that.
My issue is that an employment incentive scheme is the president's mechanism that says, if you and your company create a job for a young person, there's an incentive given to you to do that. It's difficult to project. I take your point about the numbers of people that are behind it. But it is an incentive scheme. It isn't a direct grant as in what is the expanded public works program works. That is a different grant. That is my understanding. So I'm not trying to be flippant about it. I'm saying it's a provision rather than an actual program.
I did my first with it.
Yes, if it is an employment creation scheme, Chair, it means that there is a person who's getting a job because of that scheme. And if we had budgeted something for this year, I just want to understand why there is nothing for next year.
Okay. I mean, if Molefe and Sons make a decision to say next year we are not hiring Musi Maiman, for whatever reason, then the incumbent is on Molefe and Son. It's not from the National Treasury's point of view. It's the point I'm trying to understand. But I hear what you are saying. Swiso? So I do think a question can be put forward as to the employment the PES, the PEI, the Presidential Employment, because I think that's where the line item sits. But I'm careful not to make a recommendation without a definitive, that's where it comes from on that table. If that's where it comes from, then it is a fair enough that the presidency needs to be compelled to demonstrate the medium-term output of the program. That bit I can accept.
Agreed, Chair. And going back to your example, if Molefe doesn't employ Musi Maimane next year,
yes,
the Constitution requires that Molefe must give reasons. There must be reasons. There must be no administrative action without reasons, and lawful administration action with written reasons. We can at least ask why. What are the reasons that this thing is not budgeted for, and that there's a possibility that Musi, even though it is through a very long-winded incentive scheme, is going to get a job next year. He's not going to get it. But why? What are the reasons?
I hear you. So maybe that can just be captured in that way, that the employment schemes, that the presidential employment skill must be able to demonstrate its sustainability over the medium term, as no allocation has been demonstrated in the table. I don't think that's the end of the world. I was just merely saying it is subject to so many other variables, as I take your point. Honorable Wakeling, because I think now we are talking this bullet point, that we are shooting from the hip. Can we focus on what is before the screen so that all of us can contribute to narrowly where we are?
So we're at 11.7, Chair?
We've dealt with that.
Yeah, so we covered that. I just needed to get clarity. My previous point was on a matter of the comprehensive spending review. I didn't see now I can't remember if there's any other bullet point there that talks to the, in detail, the way we speak about the spending review for all 4 spheres.
All 3 spheres of government.
Well, 4, which includes the public and public entities. Which is,
Yeah.
so it's 4 areas. So I wanted to get a sense, are you going to put it as somewhere else, or is a place somewhere?
If you
I
are,
wanted to check with you.
if you are making a recommendation that the spending reviews must be undertaken and deal with all 4 spheres of government in conjunction, that is a simple point to make, and we can make that in the recommendation, as I think, but it emanates from the previous point.
Yeah, I have submitted that writing to...
That's fine. Mashile, will you capture that and then we can put it on text so that we have one conversation? Honorable Bateman, I'm coming back to you now. You
Thanks.
can finish all your points.
Okay, I have.
Because now we are heading to the close of play.
Great, I can see the finish line.
So be intentional now. This is your
white line
moment.
fever now.
Hey?
I've got white line fever. I'm
White line fever. Be careful how you use race in this. Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
This relates to the discussion earlier about that National Treasury develop contingency plans in the event that economic growth and tax receipts are below forecasts.
Mm-hmm.
That's a recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
The second is that the true cost of providing satisfactory education for learners should be calculated, and the equitable share calculation should be adjusted accordingly. So just the background to that is the calculation for the provinces for education is there's a certain percentage that goes, but it's the envelope is based on the historical trends about as how much has been spent on education. But what's happened is the cost of actually delivering the education has gone up much faster than economic growth and much faster than the envelope allocated to education. And so the quality of education has declined and the pressures on the education system have increased. Particularly, for example, ratios of learners to teachers have climbed. So we actually need to ask ourselves the question, what does it cost to run an education system? What does it cost to actually educate our learners from early childhood all the way through basic education, which are the most formative years? And when we talk about really building and investing into the country, and when we talk about redress as well, this is an absolutely critical area because it lays the foundation for the earnings capacity of the next generation, and the earnings capacity of the next generation is going to be the foundation for their economic advancement and finding an escape route out of poverty and unemployment and so on. So education is so critical, and we're actually failing the next generation because our education investment is actually inadequate. We've just had it on last year, copy and paste plus 5%, but in the reality is it's actually inadequate. And the reports we were getting during the consultation process made it really, really clear the dire state of our education, of our schools generally, and just how stretched and strained they are. So we need to lift the profile of this. And I think it comes back to this equitable share. We have sort of an idea of, well, that's the percentage for education. Figure it out, provinces. But the reality is they even the best run province is stretched to the bone trying to just make ends meet and educate kids. And you've got classrooms there with 40, 50, 60 children in them. I mean, how you can teach on that kind of basis and give the next generation a real good start in life I mean, those teachers are incredible, but they need our support and they need our help. And we actually need to find other ways of saving money to be able to get this right. There's so many programs that government does that are not nearly as important as the next generation and the education that they receive. So I'm saying let's raise the profile of this and let's put it into our recommendation that the equitable share needs to see what is equitable towards the next generation, what is fair, what do they need to be educated, and how do we find the money. I know it's a massive ask, but unless we actually put it out there, we're not actually going to be able to make progress on this. So that's the recommendation.
I hear you, Honourable Bateman. I'm going to suggest to you that you are merging your points independent of the two things are correct, but they are not complementary. Tell you why I say that. You and I can both agree on the improvement of the quality of education and for the next generation. You and I are together on that. Where I think we need as a committee, and I think this is something that I've become aware of, is that the definition of, in the provincial equity, the nature of equity there is determined by a number of variables that go into that, of which one of them is population size and indigency. The dilemma with the determination as to what the allocation is that if the input that comes from Stats SA or any other institution is inaccurate, and MECs have got the right to disperse funds as they see fit, you as the National Minister of Finance can make an allocation for a provincial budget, a transfer as far as the education is concerned, and end up in a space where, because your data is inaccurate as to what the population size looks like in that space, you end up with the dilemma that Gauteng faces, where in some instances there's undercounting of their population, which further distorts their classroom sizes. So you end up literally with a province, i.e. the Eastern Cape, with lesser students than it is allocated, the Western Cape with more students, but the funding is following a formula upon whose data isn't always accurate. So I would make an independent point that says it is important for the nature of government to ensure accuracy in the data allocation. Otherwise, I mean, I speak to the MEC of Finance in Gauteng, they are dealing with a distortion of numbers. You speak to the MEC of Finance, I was with Francois Rogers in KZN, their numbers are different. So all of this has a net consequence of meaning that for their budgeting process, they are unclear that even if the prescription was 1:25 as far as teacher-pupil ratio is concerned, they can't meet that because you don't know how many pupils you've got. So I would make this one point, which is to say, data and inputs that go into the equitable share formula must be, one, more accurate, more recent, and ultimately cognizant of the needs of provinces. That's on one aspect. And that government must do everything possible, because to determine the idea of what is quality education, you and I can have a long day debate on that. But what we rather should say is that is to begin to bring teacher-pupil ratio in line with other developing countries. Because then it's objective of what you think is quality and what I think is quality. Then I can benchmark it against that. Those are two independent, if you follow what I mean. And so the committee has already made a recommendation on the review of the provincial, on the equitable share formulas. So I think the committee must uphold. What is better is to say, furthermore, along with that, is that we should rather be allocating resources in such a manner that we ensure that the teacher-pupil ratio, and the same way as the doctor-to-patient ratio, those are matters that are improving to be aligned with developing countries in our same economic size. With that said, because then I think we are rather being scientific rather than subjective or political.
Chair, I'm happy with that. I think it comes back to pretty much the same thing. I think what we're saying is there's a standard of education that we should be costing, as opposed to last year plus 5%, and hopefully that you guys will be okay. In actual fact, it's not okay. And one of the reasons is because I think wages have increased at such a rate, and that's what's actually squeezed out the teacher numbers. So anyway, I think, yes, if we can frame something to cover that point, I would be happy. I do have 2 other points, if I may.
Let me finish this one so that we don't have backwards and forwards. Honourable Mwale, are you speaking to this point about the provincial equitable share formula and the inputs that go into it? Okay, I'll come back to that one. I just want to finish these 2 points because I think they are crucial. Distinguish one, we've made the point, and I think it's in the report, to say the provincial equitable share formula. This review is already taking place anyways. That we must bolster that, and that actually what National Treasury must be aiming for is the improvement in the teacher-pupil ratio as much as the the doctor-to-patient ratio, that those numbers become more aligned with developing economies the size of South Africa. Because I can benchmark, I've got to benchmark them against something. Very tall as fish. Got you. Right, Honourable Bateman. Sorry, Honourable Mwale, I got you. I just want to finish the points that Honourable Bateman is having. Honourable Bateman.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Did we capture the development of contingency plans from National Treasury in the event that economic growth and tax receipts are below forecasts?
It was put at the previous one, but we'll get back to it in a moment.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then 1110, it makes a point about Drakensberg local municipality, and the committee is concerned of the BFI becoming another budget balancing instrument. Given the history of this allocation, the committee would like to caution I'm not actually quite sure what this means, but I'll just read it word for word. Given the history of this allocation, the committee would like to caution the municipality its alertness on the moving funds to balance the budget. The committee would thus put it on record that it will in the future not support the movement of this allocation to balance the budget books, and the municipality must account to Parliament regarding this allocation within the context of the overall limited fiscal envelope faced by government. I must confess to being a bit in the dark. I don't know what we're trying to say here, and so I also don't know whether or not I should be supporting this recommendation.
It's Drakensberg's about. This is part of the BFI window, and this has been going on for a number of years, by the way. So maybe you can talk to this allocation because it's part of the budget for infrastructure facility. And I saw it in last year's budget book. It's still in this year's budget book. And the only point we're trying to make is that you can't keep rolling over a BFI from year to year for an allocation that was done. That is the point, I think. So you want to add anything? It would be the same as, I mean, I'm agnostic about the municipality. I'm merely saying that you can't apply in a BFI window to say, we want to do X. Then next year you keep rolling over the same funds. As part, it also distorts what Treasury does from the perspective of what the budget for infrastructure allocations look like. You can go with the next point, Honourable Member.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Honourable Mwale.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I have 1 point. Chairperson, it is worth noting, I think I raised this with the FFC as well, that this bill is silent on the funding for the Bella Act. It doesn't say anything about it. And Chair, it is really worth noting that this act must be implemented and must be funded. So it doesn't say anything. And also from the public submissions that we got, I think the Equal Education Law Center, they made a proposal that grade R should be compulsory, which speaks to the provisions of the Bella Act, of the Bella. So we don't see the funding for it, and I then think that it's supposed to be one of the recommendations that should appear there, that we need funding for it, because it is against the law to not have the funding for an act that should be implemented, because the president has already signed it into law. So we should have funds for it to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mwali. Can I correct just the first point, which is that if a law exists, doesn't mean that the money exists. NHI exists as a law, there's no money for it. But if you are alluding to the question about the funding of ECDs as a component of BELA, then you and I are at the same place, and I think a recommendation can be made that, because the Minister of Finance in this current, they've already raised the question of increasing of funding for ECD from 17 Rand to 24 Rand, something like that. So those allocations are in some ways made. So it's in this instance, Treasury would argue the point to say, we are making a progressive one. PBO and FFC have already raised the point that in as far as the number of children, we have an underfunding of close to, there are 200,000 children that need to go into ECD centers. We cannot fund them. So the point can be made that a progressive funding of more children within ECDs. I mean, you and I, you have an ally in me, because I think we spend 400 rands on a prisoner. We spend 17 rands on a child. Tells you we prioritize the tsotsi. So I would look at the issue. So I'm endorsing of that view, but I think the point is there is an underfunding of ECD centers, and National Treasury needs to find a mechanism to fund for that. Thank you. I don't disagree with you there. Honorable Kalega Mazibuko, then I'll finish with you.
I also don't disagree with the honorable member. I remember during the stakeholder engagement, there was a strong view on the funding of grade R. And I remember me asking that question of the 17 to 24, if it has an impact to grade R. And they said no. It doesn't cater for them there at that level of grade R. So I agree with the grade R as much as there's that increase from 17 to 24 at the ECD level, but the grade R should also find expression.
I think more than anything is the lesson we all learn is that as a state spends on early childhood development as a proportion of GDP will be the fundamental determinant of, and I think the point that the committee can make is that more alignment on a percentage of spend on ECD to GDP must be increasing, not decreasing. Otherwise, you'll never cater for BELA.
And for a change, I agree with MKP.
Kwaza. Honorable Bateman.
Chair, my esteemed colleague here is 100% right, and I think we all agree on ECD, because we understand the importance of that. However, I just want to get clarity. I know that from a DORA perspective, I don't necessarily know if it should come in here, but however, for certainly, it has to be in appropriation, because the provinces have made provision. In general, the provinces have made. What is he asking? Is he asking that further funding should be made available going forward, so that I can just get clarity, because already the provisional allocations are lying in the provinces, or not provisional, just the allocations are lying in the provinces. I just need clarity. Thanks, Chair.
It's a good question whether this discussion is, are you on the honorable? Okay. Because I just want to get clarity, because in the appropriations bill, this matter, as far as the vote, I don't know what vote number education is, the issue will come in there, right?
Yeah, but it can also feature here because of... It can also feature here the issue of the ECTs because of the grants that goes there, and then they form part of this bill, so you can have both.
All right. Honorable Mwali. Oh, okay. Okay. So it fits here. Can I make a suggestion in text? The suggestion in text is that the committee recommends that more allocation be made to align funding for ECD as per Bella recommendation with, if I'm not mistaken, actually, well, all we're trying to say, as per Bella recommendation, an appropriation must be made for more funding for ECD and early childhood, for early childhood development. And Treasury must give us a report on that. Musa, you are responding to this point.
Yes, maybe also just to enrich the discussion. During the engagement on DORA, we received a submission, I think, from Equal Education and Equal Education Law Center. Apparently, the costing, same with the funding gap for PEFA, the costing has been done and submitted to National Treasury. It's just that it was not tabled in this committee. I think it was tabled in the portfolio committee. So I think at some point also it would be important that we invite the department so they can engage the committee about the costing, and that later National Treasury must then fund, and we monitor that.
I mean, the Minister of Basic Education has already said that they are not having the funding mechanisms to fund ECD in this financial year or the next one. So
Yes, Chair.
law doesn't follow funds. Honourable Bateman, then Honourable Molefe.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I did note that in the recent responses from Treasury to the submissions, they did actually respond to this criticism and referred to some funding that was available. So, and I don't know that we've actually necessarily discussed their response. I'm not saying that we should change the recommendation. My point would just actually be that in some ways this is a sub-point within the point that I was making about the whole way in which we determine the equitable share for provincial. Because at the moment, as I said, it's 48% of the whatever goes to the provinces is supposedly for educational, and then that's split based on the inputs are the school-going age population and the actual school-going stats, and there's a certain ratio that's applied, and they use that to split it between the provinces. But it actually bears no connection to the actual cost of education, and that's what needs to be addressed. There needs to be a zero-based exercise, and it's going to be shocking. I have no doubt it's going to be shocking for us, but it's a question we have to ask. It's a fact we have to face, and we have to prioritize our children. I mean, that's our future. So. Yeah, I'm ready to take gloves off.
I mean, I don't want to thumbsuck a figure, but I can remember it was the Nduna Foundation that made the presentation that if you really want a future of education, 8%, your spending on ECD must be 8% of GDP or something to that effect. I can remember some form of, as it's benchmarked to other OECD countries. Because we're dealing with money, we're not dealing, I suppose, in some ways, the qualitative discussion about it, because on another day we could do curriculum development, etc., and then we're traversing into a universe. But it is about what is the proportion of GDP that must be spent consistently on this sector of society, coupled with other sectors. Honourable Molefe.
I would like to make a point, but I want to contextualize it a little bit. Section 26 of the Constitution, it's part of the Bill of Rights, and it says everyone has a right to have access to adequate housing. But that section is qualified. It says the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. So that right is qualified. Section 27 about healthcare, food, water, and social security. Everyone has a right to healthcare, sufficient food, and social security. And that right is also qualified. It's within the available means of the state. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources. Section 28 is about children, the right to a name, the right to family care or parental care or to appropriate alternative care. That is not qualified, Chair. Section 29 is about education. Everyone has a right to a basic education. That right is not qualified, like housing and healthcare and the others. So the right to a basic education is not qualified, is not subject to the state's ability to fund it, like housing and healthcare. So I think that by enacting legislation to implement Section 29 of the Constitution, which is what the Bella Act is, by saying everyone must have the right to grade R, that's the right to basic education. That right in the Constitution is not qualified. It's not subject to whether the government has money or does not have money. The money has to be made available, and it's a constitutional imperative. So I'm just saying that we're skating on thin ice. The government, somebody, maybe this NGO, can actually go to the Constitutional Court and say that the failure to fund grade R is a violation of Section 29 of the Constitution.
I don't disagree. Well, let me be clear, and I think that matter must be left to the Concord to determine, because if you go back, I can't remember when President Mandela appeared before the courts on the basis of failure to uphold constitutional obligations. The test. All right. Well, maybe that might not be the case I'm trying to refer to. It's the question about saying someone will determine if the government says, not at 5 rands per learner per year, I'm providing adequate education. I'm not qualifying that right. I'm saying it is 5 rand. Then it's up to the court to determine whether 5 rand is adequate or not.
Yes, but the issue here is the legislation says, firstly, the Constitution says you must provide basic education. The legislation is then enacted to implement that right. It says that grade R must be compulsory, which is like the most basic education. It's grade R.
Yeah.
And then here, there is no funding at all. That 5 rand that you're talking about is not even there. So we're not even arguing that the funds that are allocated are not adequate. No, it has just simply not been allocated. It's zero.
I hear you, Honorable Molefe, but I think if we swim in this place, we will end up debating qualitatively and quantitatively. And I take your point. But what the point that Honorable Mwali is raising is not lost on us, and that's why I said that actually the committee notes the passing of Bella, the underfunding thereof, and compels for National Treasury to create to find the necessary resources to fund early childhood development. I think the
Yes.
point is captured in that regard.
All right. No, if it's like the
So we don't
Chair,
debate the
as long as
qualitative
the
question.
committee says that we agree that grade R should be compulsory and that it should be funded, I'm happy.
Yeah, no. I mean, we can't debate the law. It's
I'm
all.
happy because what we can't say is, well, Treasury doesn't have the money and so on and so forth, and they're not. In this instance, I think they are compelled. But even if they were not, I think that as a committee, we can just put it down as a recommendation.
Absolutely.
Or we're not saying go and look for the funds as the committee. We're just saying that this is what the law says. Grade R must be compulsory, and Treasury has to find the funds.
I've come to the conclusion that it is late in the day when the DA and MK are working together on an issue. Then you must know we are heading to referee's optional time. Honorable members, I think having dealt with many of the recommendations, thank you to the members who are here, I think they've been captured in the report as it is. I want to move towards the last page, which is that actually the committee recommends the committee's recommendations to the bill. That's in my section. Mashile, we can clean out that text. In my section, it's page 53, 54, and then let us then, I think the last is on page 56. I don't presume there are any additional inputs from any other members. Honorable Bateman.
Chair, will you abstain on the report?
Excellent question. Excellent question. We will vote tomorrow, Honorable Member.
He's right.
You know, he wants to know. But given that, honorable members, with the inputs that members have been made, naturally, there have been a lot of discussions about a lot of things. I trust and hope we've captured them as best as we can. I think the report has been thoroughly ventilated. The Secretariat, in that instance, will clean out all the text, if there needs to be spelling or whatever the issues are, small issues. And then the report will be ATC'd for debate on Thursday, at which members will have the right to express whether they vote in support, reject, or abstain. But let me, before we move to Thursday and the report itself, the report having been duly amended and attended to, unless Honorable Molefe, there are other points that you want to make, I want to move to whether the committee accepts the report or not. Honorable Molefe?
We do not accept the report, Chair.
I accept that point.
Yeah, but we did a division. We do not accept the report, and it should be duly noted in the minutes.
Correct. That is noted. In that regard, may I ask if there's a member who would like to move for the adoption of the report? Honorable Waitlin moves. Honorable Gallagher Mazibuko will second. With that, the report being duly considered and adopted by the Committee on Appropriations with the objection of the MKP party. Or MK party, I suppose. MKP party sounds like a tautology. I will then, honorable members, thank you very much for what has been an extensive day. We have done our best to try and keep to time. It is now 4:15. The report will be ATC'd, and we meet tomorrow morning for a briefing with the Department of Transport in committee room S19. Oh.
We have changed. We'll be moving to 515 next door.
Committee room
Tomorrow.
515.
Sure.
Honorable 9:30. Because the meeting is physical tomorrow, people have to physically get here, so we start at 9:30. Yes, Honorable Wiggler.
My apologies, Chair. Wednesday, can I please render my apologies because I will be at the by-election on Wednesday.
Please send that in writing, Honorable Member, and then the committee secretariat will take note of it. Honorable members, with all of that, let me thank you. Thank you for the spirit with which this committee works. It is robust at times, but it is fair in the work that we do. Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is now adjourned.
Long live the chair.